Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the fourth day of our online annual Unicaf Masters Conference. I'm Athanasia Kavadia. I coordinate the research office. Thank you again for joining us. Today, the presentations are from the School of Sciences, Health Sciences, Technology and Engineering in the morning, and in the afternoon, the School of Business will follow with their presentations. We still have a few moments to wait for everybody to connect. In the meantime, if you want, you can share in the QA section the countries of residence so that we can see the network of Unicaf. Thank you for joining us. Also, please keep in mind that the attendees can communicate with us only with the Q&A section. If they want to write a comment or ask a question, they can write it there. We will start in a few minutes. Thank you for sharing your countries with us. I see UK, Kenya, Zambia, Ghana, Indonesia, South Africa, Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, Zimbabwe, Kuwait, South Sudan. Good morning, Dr. Papadopoulou.
Good morning, Dr. Kavadia. Good morning to all attendees and panelists and presenters for today. It's very nice to have you with us during the fourth day of the conference. I can see that you're mentioning the different countries, right?
Yes. We see Sudan, Angola.
Just to give a few a bit of stats, let's say, that might be of interest to some of our attendees, that so far we had more than 3,000 attendees throughout these 3 first days. We hope to exceed 4,000 today. And these attendees come from 132 different countries so far. This is a true testament of the actual global outreach of Unicaf. Okay. Thank you very much to all for joining at different time zones.
It's impressive.
It is indeed, and every year the events are getting greater attraction, and we see more people from more countries joining. From I think we have from Japan to Canada. We see that, yes, some are from Guyana as well. We have from Europe, we have from Africa. I think the only area we haven't tapped on yet is Australia. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if anyone has joined from Australia so far. I think that's the only one. Yeah. But here I can see, yes, Guyana, Sierra Leone, Kuwait, yeah, Kenya, Zambia,
Nigeria,
Botswana, South Sudan, yes, DRC, Afghanistan, Angola, Tanzania,
Rwanda,
from the Caribbean, Grenada, Comoros, yes. Plenty. Thank you very much for joining. I know that to some of you it's too early in the morning, and to some others it's really late in the afternoon. Thank you for your vital and precious time. Okay. Okay, so I think we have the first presenter has not joined yet. So I would like to ask if there is someone, if Okello Sambuibo Trevor is in the audience, and for some reason they joined with a different name, to raise their hand. Please, only if you are Okello Sambuibo Trevor, to raise your hand. Otherwise, if you want to say something to us, feel free to do so by making a comment in the Q&A section, and we will try to address the points. Okay, let's see. Is anyone in the audience? Is Trevor in the audience? Please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, I see two people have raised their hand, but okay, more. I'm sure none of you, not all of you can be the presenter of the first session. Okello Sam Wipo Trevor. Unfortunately, the settings of the meeting do not allow us to open the microphones for you. So please, if you would like to say something or a comment, please type it in the Q&A. I guess at this point we can start, right?
We can start today's session with Dr. Margarita Olympiou, who is the Dean of the School of Sciences, Health Sciences, Technology and Engineering, and she will share with us the opening remarks for today. Dr. Olympiou?
Thank you, Dr. Cavalier. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Thank you very much. A very warm and hearty good morning to everyone joining us today. It is both a privilege and an honor to welcome you to the second Unicaf Masters Conference, an event that brings together brilliant minds from across disciplines to share knowledge, inspire innovation, and foster meaningful connections. For those of you meeting me for the first time, I am Dr. Margarita Olympiou, Dean of the School of Sciences, Health Sciences, Technology and Engineering at Unicaf. It is an immense pleasure to stand before you today and to officially open today's sessions. Allow me to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to all the participants, distinguished speakers and guests who have taken the time to join us today. I assure you that today's sessions will be a truly enriching and impactful experience for everyone involved. This conference represents a unique forum for academics, researchers, and practitioners to come together, advancing the frontiers of knowledge, research, and technology for the betterment of humanity. Our aim is not only to highlight the remarkable work being carried out within our community, but also to create an effective platform for dialogue, collaboration, and innovation. Let me take a moment to provide a brief overview of the School of Sciences, Geosciences, Technology, and Engineering. Currently, the school offers 20 academic programs spanning foundation, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels in fields such as health sciences, computer science, and engineering. Of these, 14 programs are delivered through Unicaf in collaboration with our esteemed UK partners, including the University of South Wales, the University of Suffolk, Liverpool John Moores University, and the University of East London. The remaining 6 programs operate through Unicaf universities in Malawi and Zambia. Additionally, we proudly offer a PhD in public health through the School of Doctoral Studies. For those interested in learning more about our doctoral offerings, I encourage you to attend a dedicated session which will be held later today. Today's sessions are packed with an impressive and diverse program. We are privileged to feature a series of scientific oral presentations delivered by our talented master's degree candidates, a multilingual and multinational group of scholars who are actively contributing to their respective fields of study. Alongside this, we will hear from 2 esteemed guest speakers, each of whom will share their unique insights and expertise. We are especially honored to have 1 plenary presentation and 1 workshop today. Dr. Rachel Frost, Senior Lecturer, School of Public and Allied Health from Liverpool John Moores University, will discuss with us the use of over-the-counter medicines, herbal medicines, and dietary supplements for depression, anxiety, and insomnia. Dr. Reginald Dennis Guizet, Pro-Vice Chancellor Academic and Program Leader here at Unicaf, will perform a workshop for us. The workshop's subject will be the physico-chemical and heavy metal analysis in solid fields at a specific landfill in Botswana. This conference has truly become a global platform, bringing together professors, researchers, and scholars to present cutting-edge research and discuss the latest trends in science and technology. This year, we received 42 submissions for oral presentations from our school, and after a rigorous review process, 11 outstanding submissions were selected for inclusion in the proceedings. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee, the chairpersons, the scientific committee, and the editing committee for their tireless efforts in making this conference a reality. Your dedication has ensured a vibrant and thought-provoking program complemented by the presence of internationally respected speakers. Today's sessions will be expertly chaired by me and Mr. Benjamin Juma Ngwane, an excellent colleague of mine, faculty member and program leader at Unicaf. Before concluding, I am delighted to announce that the best presentation from each school will be recognized and awarded at the close of the conference. This is a testament to the outstanding work and dedication of our students. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference, filled with dynamic discussions and a fruitful exchange of ideas. Together, let us work forward a future designed for groundbreaking knowledge, innovative research, and transformative advancements for humanity. Presenters, the virtual stage is yours. Embrace it, enjoy it, and shine. Thank you very much. The session today, the first session, which is regarding data science, will be chaired by Mr. Benjamin Juma Ngwane. Benjamin, are you with us?
Good morning.
Can you hear?
One. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Benjamin Mo.
Beyond data science, as was indicated by Dr. Margarita. So we'll have our first present. Our first presenter is not present. Say you're present.
Benjamin, it seems that you're facing some connection issues. Can you hear as well?
Just 1 second.
Mm-hmm. There are some cutoffs, so
Are you able to hear me now?
yes. Thank you.
Okay, so if we can start, Noah Mohammed, if you can share your presentation on the screen.
Sure. Hello, everyone.
Good morning. So our first presentation will be by Noah Mohammed. His topic is modeling and forecasting carbon dioxide emission rates and impacts with machine learning. So just before we start, just be reminded, Noah, that your session will last 15 minutes for your presentation, and you
Sure.
have 5 minutes of questions. So I'll be giving you a reminder when time is close to finish. And just for those in attendance, please make sure that you write your questions in the Q&A section on Zoom, and we'll get to those at the end of the presentation. So thank you for attending, and you may start your presentation.
Okay, great. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. I'm going to start. My dissertation was talking about the modeling and forecasting about carbon dioxide emission rates and its impact with artificial intelligence methods. I took Egypt as a case study with a generated countermeasures. However, before I start, I would like to mention that carbon dioxide is a key driver of climate change as its rising levels from human activities amplify global warming and disrupt Earth's balance. So here I already spoke on the abstract and the introduction about the carbon dioxide, which is a major threat to both climate and health, with its rising level significantly since the industrial era. This increase has led to severe environmental impact, such as global warming, rising sea levels, and more frequent natural disasters. In Egypt, this affects the climate change are particularly pronounced with residents experience higher temperature, shrinking spring seasons, and harsher summer conditions. That's why it's so important. So the carbon dioxide, which is a greenhouse gas, plays crucial roles on Earth's atmosphere. And there is another thing that impacts the carbon dioxide emission rate, which is population. Which is another factor that affect the climate, such as the increasing birth rate over time, which we can see from this visualization right here, which leads to population growth with time. This research focused on Egypt carbon dioxide emissions, which have increased by 74% from 1990 to 2022, which is a big increase. The study aims to investigate these emissions and identify their sources using machine learning models. I used in this dissertation like 4 different models from machine learning algorithms. Emission sources such as electricity, oil and gas, and transportation will be analyzed in detail. Egypt carbon dioxide emissions have surged from 134 million tons in 1992 to 352 million tons in 2019. Reflecting a 44% increase compared to the global average of 24%. So the European report identifies heat and electricity as the primary source of carbon dioxide emissions rate, with transportation as the second largest contributor, responsible for 55.3 million tons between 2005 and 2019. Despite Egypt's commitment at COP27 to reduce emissions by 33% in electricity, 75% in oil, and 7% in transportation, effective execution remains challenging due to inadequate strategies. And we will see here that COP27, which was held in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt back in November 2022. This conference put together world leaders, climate expertise, and activities to discuss and negotiate solutions to global climate challenges. Key focus areas including adaptation, climate finance, loss and damage, and enhancing efforts to limit global warming to 1.5. So this research aims to fulfill that gap in Egypt's analysis of carbon dioxide emissions using machine learning models such as linear regression, random forest, gradient boosting, and support vector regression. This study will provide a comprehensive review of current knowledge, simulate emissions forecast for 2022 to 2030, and propose mitigation action. The goal is to prepare effective countermeasures for COP29, ensuring Egypt's commitment to global climate goals while advancing industrial and economic development safely. So the research questions and aim of thesis first of all, analyze of main sources, identify and analyze the primary sources of carbon dioxide emissions in Egypt. Second, predictive analysis for 2030. Then identify causes of increase, determine the key factors contributing to the recent rise in carbon dioxide emissions. Mitigation plan, formulate a mitigation strategy based on Egypt's current vision from COP27 to effectively reduce carbon dioxide by 2030. So the methodology is to investigate the rising carbon dioxide emissions in Egypt. This research employs a multifaceted approach, which is data collection, data analysis, predictive modeling, and data visualization. So the data set, the source for it is from Kaggle, and it covers the greenhouse gas emissions from 1,850 to 2022 with big columns and rows. It includes carbon dioxide emission data for all countries, detailing emission sources. Data selection focused on Egypt. It's the keyword here. The data set was filtered to select relevant columns for carbon dioxide emission analysis. The key column include total carbon dioxide and breakdown by sectors, which is such as electricity, oil, gas, and transportation. I already prepared these data and cleaned it and processed to ensure accuracy. Specified columns relevant to Egypt emission was extracted for analysis. So I already analyzed Egypt data from 1990 to 2022 due to the high recent emissions and fewer null values. So I already selected some columns such as a carbon dioxide, oil, flaring, gas, coal, land use change, and cement. And I will make, in the other section, we will see that there is a visualization have been made for each column of those. So I already explained each column, carbon dioxide is the total carbon dioxide emissions per year. Gas, which is the carbon dioxide from natural gas use, such as industrial processes, heating. Oil carbon dioxide from burning oil based on fuels, such as gasoline and diesel. Coal, which is the carbon dioxide emissions from coal burning, such as electricity and heating. Cement, the carbon dioxide from cement production. Flaring, the carbon dioxide from flaring natural gas during oil extraction. Land use change, which the main cause for it is the deforestation. So in the second section, I made some visualization. I will focus on visualizing all the columns that I had specified to investigate which year has the highest increase in carbon emissions. So from here, we will find out that the most affected year with carbon dioxide, the highest year was 2017. And the most year affected with oil carbon dioxide emission rate was 2017 also. And from here, we will find that 2016 is the one with the highest emissions that caused from flaring. From here, we will see that 2021 is the highest year had been affected with the gas. Also, from here, we'll find out that 2018 is the most one affected with coal burning. And the most year deforestation year was 2016. So, and cement, we will find here, it's 2016. So I have 5 years had been issue with the most carbon dioxide emission rate. So I created a code to calculate the maximum of each column to output the highest column affecting the carbon emissions per year. So I started with 2017. From the output, I can deduce that the oil carbon dioxide is the highest column affecting the carbon dioxide emission year of 2017. So from here, I will make another further investigation for the highest 5 years that already showed the highest rank with the carbon dioxide emissions. So we will find here that the gas carbon dioxide, it was the one that the highest impact in 2022. And from here, we will find out that in 2021, also the gas carbon dioxide, and it's already sharing the same impact in 2019. And from here, we will find that oil carbon dioxide in 2018. So I made a machine learning algorithm for gas carbon dioxide by 2030 and 2023 and 2024. I used linear regression and it gave me this accuracy, and it's a good one actually. So I made a comprehensive visualization for gas carbon dioxide prediction using linear regression, random forest regression, support vector machine, and gradient posting regression. And I made a comparison visualization for the four of them. So I made another suggestion to decrease, and now we know what is the main factor that already increasing the carbon dioxide rate. So I made some suggestions to decrease this rate by 2030. First of all, we can conserve gas usage by applying renewable energy and making chargeable batteries. And personal vehicles, if we can switch benzene-fueled cars with electric one. So we can switch from renewable energy sources, just have hydro plants and solar plants. And finally, the urban green spaces is a vital step to reduce the carbon dioxide. So I already created another algorithm if we can already make a reduction by 5% each year, and that's going to be the impact by 2030. So my future work, I'm going to speak about the waste management, methane emission analysis, methane and greenhouse gases visualizations. they already impacting the carbon dioxide emission rate. And there is some references that I already read during this dissertation. If anyone want to just have a quick look on it, you can make a screenshot. So if there is anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Noah, for the presentation. Congratulations on your research. It was very insightful. If we have any questions, please make sure you write them inside the Q&A section. So for me, I would just like to maybe have a question, maybe on reflection on the work that you've done. So I would ask you if you could just comment on some of the limitations of your research. In the section you had mentioned that you used primarily data from the data you filtered was for Egypt. Do you think you would have found some insights if you had done a comparison between different regions?
Yes, actually, we will. All the regions is being affected with the climate change, not only Egypt. However, I took Egypt as a data set. I took Egypt data set as the main topic of this research. However, in the future, I can use the same algorithm that I already created with the machine learning, and I can already apply it on another country's data set. However, in Egypt here, I found out many challenging as we don't have a huge data set to apply further investigation on it, such as deep learning. I can use deep learning algorithm to have more prediction for the future and to be aware more what is the reasons for the highest carbon dioxide emission rate. So we can use the same algorithm for another countries to make prediction for carbon dioxide emission rate in the future and to be aware about the differences. However, all the global is being affected with the climate change, not only Egypt.
Okay, thank you for that. Please make sure that you write the audience some questions if we have any. So we have some questions from the audience.
Okay.
So the first question is from, have you compared the data presented in your thesis with current data from the COP29 underway at Baku in Azerbaijan?
Actually, I compared it during the research to make sure that I already took the correct way. I already compared it on my research by the data was valid and in 2024, 2023. That's why I already took the data set since 1990 to 2022 and I made prediction for 2023 to make a comparison with a real data that already came out and previous one to make sure that I made the correct way and the correct method for the prediction. So yes, I already compared the data with a certain data that had been made.
Okay, thank you. There's another question related to your data collection. So they ask, where did you collect data about carbon dioxide emissions throughout different time periods?
Actually, I already started to just look back forward. You know that in our research, we have to read all the previous research had been made to already apply a new methods in it. However, I didn't find too much data. It was so challenges as in Egypt, we don't have a previous data. So I started to just make something like chat for the government here in Egypt to take the data set previous one. It was so challenging for me because I had too much null data, missing values. So I tried to just fix this missing values, which is data cleaning. I already cleaned this data and I found out that the null values have been disappeared since 1990 to 2022. That's why I took this time of period because that is the most accurate one without any nulls, without any missing data. So it was so challenging for me because I didn't find too much data set. However, but actually I'm so happy that I took this accuracy in which is like 93 in linear regression and another gradient posting. It gave me good accuracy. So it was so challenging. However, I did that.
Okay, thank you. We have a few more questions. We have someone who is commenting on just the comment. They've realized that developing countries have more effect on carbon dioxide emissions, yet emit very little themselves. Yet the impact is very huge, especially on agriculture.
Sorry, can you
And
repeat the question? I didn't hear you well.
it wasn't a question, it was just a comment. So regarding carbon dioxide emissions, they're saying that developing countries, it has more an effect on developing countries. If you,
Yes, I understand that because actually if we already check that the countries most affected, not the biggest countries, I know that, and we can see that. That's why I said we can take my algorithm and apply it. Can you hear me? And apply
yeah,
it on another countries to check the differences. Actually, the consumer countries is showing the carbon dioxide emission rate higher than the industrial country. And actually, I can speak about that in my future work. However, we can apply the same algorithm because it gave me good accuracy.
okay, thank you. So we just have time for maybe two more questions because the time is almost over. So another question is, can you kindly assist to share the gaps in data validity and analysis tools from the research? I think you had
Sorry.
mentioned it. They're asking whether you can assist in sharing the gaps in data validity and the tools that you use for your research.
Actually, I used many tools. I already work on Python, and I made everything, the data cleaning, the data visualization using Python. I can share the code. However, I already kind of make a screenshot and put it on the chat if someone wants to just have a look on it. Also, it's already all in my research. So I can send the link, or someone from
Okay.
the Unicaf team can share the link of my dissertation if someone want to have a look on it.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just take one more question. So this is a question. How much do you think the government of Egypt is dedicated to reduce carbon dioxide emissions?
Y-
Do you think,
Actually,
sorry,
sorry.
the question continues. Do you think such research can encourage governments to take a serious measures to reduce CO2 emissions in their country?
Actually, yes. Recently, our president started to take a serious step to eliminate and decrease the carbon dioxide emissions by building new more land with the greenhouse. And he started to just make a new cities outside Egypt because you know that the population when we already make the population in one place, it's already going to increase the carbon dioxide. That's why he tried to make new cities, and he is trying his best to just make his promise and his word in by 2030 by decreasing the carbon dioxide emission rate. So he already started. He started like from 3 to 4 years ago, or maybe more. He already started to do that.
Okay. Thank you so much for the questions. So this will be the end of the session.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for bringing out some insight into your research, and wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you. So this will be the end of our session for data science.
Thank you, Benjamin, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for completing this session. Thank you, Benjamin. Now we will move forward to our plenary speaker. doctoral review.
Thank you, Dr. Cavadia. So coming up, it's a plenary presentation. It will be delivered by Dr. Rachel Frost, who is a senior lecturer in health and social care at Liverpool John Moores University. With 9 years of postdoctoral experience, her research focuses on healthy aging, mental health, and health promotion through diet and exercise. She's a qualitative research lead for the Cost Programming Action and serves as a treasurer for the British Society of Gerontology. Today, she will present to us a scoping review of the over-the-counter medicines, herbal medicines, and dietary supplements given for depression, anxiety, and insomnia. Dr. Frost?
Morning, Dr. Margarita. Nice
Good
to meet
morning.
you.
Good morning. Can you hear us well?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just going to share my screen. Do let me know if you can see it.
Thank you very much for giving this presentation today. We really appreciate your time.
Mhm. Just give me 1 second. Can you see the screen, there? Brilliant. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me.
You can do it as a slideshow so we can see it a little bit.
Is it not sharing the slideshow?
No.
Sorry. Let me try again. Is it sharing the slideshow now?
Yep. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me along today. As Marguerite said, I'm going to be presenting to you this morning a large project on over-the-counter products for depression, anxiety, and insomnia. And this was a scoping review carried out by a large team of people, led by myself and including a master's student, medical primary care student, and also a pharmacy intern, as well as a large range of kind of professors and researchers across different departments. So it's quite a large collaboration. It was really exciting project to work on. So why focus on depression, anxiety, and insomnia? So as you may all be aware, they're very, very common. Estimates sort of globally suggest that major depressive disorder exists in about 7.5% of people, anxiety in about 5.9% of people, and insomnia in 10% of people. And that's the rates for diagnosis. We understand the rates of sort of symptoms, which might not quite meet a threshold for diagnosis, but still affect lots of people in their daily life, also exist in a large proportion of people as well. Does have quite a big impact, both in sort of general morbidity globally, but also in the increased risk of other health conditions, and sort of been associated with worse quality of life. We know that current therapies are not really optimal, so antidepressants do work for people, but not everybody wants to take them. And then there's also issues around things like psychological therapies, which, although we know they're effective, are not always accessible to everyone, regardless of sort of, yeah. And so sometimes people do and don't want to engage with those, but a lot of the time there are difficulties like long waiting lists as well. So a lot of qualitative research tells us that people generally prefer to self-manage, and this can be in a variety of ways, but including things like sort of meditation and other kind of self-care practices. But over-the-counter products can be quite a large part of this. And that sort of goes at all stages of life, really. So we looked into, firstly, surveys of how many people might use over-the-counter products. And by over-the-counter products, we mean any medications, herbal medicines, dietary supplements, and homeopathic products that might be purchased over the counter in sort of a pharmacy, health food shop, that kind of thing. This is quite a difficult thing to characterize, actually. I'll come on to this a little bit more later in terms of that kind of differences in what's available over the counter in different countries. So we did try to capture a range of products, but it was very challenging. So in terms of surveys about how many people with these conditions use over-the-counter products, So this mostly arises from kind of US and Australian surveys, but we can estimate that anywhere between sort of 11% of people to maybe even up to 73% of people with one of these conditions has at some point tried an over-the-counter product. And most of these surveys have asked about herbal medicines and dietary supplements. And I will say the sampling for them probably wasn't that great. They don't tend to be randomly sampled and as representative as we would like. But it does give us a good idea about how common it is. And there is quite a bit of variation across countries as well, both in the types of products taken and in the amount of people trying different products. But it is a very common phenomenon. So we wanted to explore more, well, what is the evidence behind these products? So we looked into, well, what are the types and the characteristics of oral over-the-counter products that have been evaluated in trials for depression, anxiety, and insomnia. And as Margarita introduced me, I do have a particular interest in older people and older people's health and research. So we wanted to look at the differences in the evidence base for older and younger people as well. Was it similar products, different products? How much of an evidence base was there for older versus younger people? As often older people are taking more medications, might have more comorbidities, and might have slightly different issues to deal with, but still take a lot of over-the-counter products as well. So to do this, we carried out a scoping review following the Joanna Briggs Institute guidance. So that's kind of gold standard guidance for scoping reviews. We registered our protocol in advance on the Open Science Framework, and the link's there should anyone particularly want to go and look. Because you can't register scoping reviews on things like Prospero, but we're all encouraged to share the protocols for this, so you can see that we've hopefully pretty much stuck to our protocol. We searched quite a few databases. So we looked in Central, which is the Cochrane Child's database. We looked in Medline, Embase, PsycInfo, and AMED, which is a complementary medicine database from inception to December 2022. We screened we dual screened 10% of studies because we got such a large volume of studies that even with quite a big team, we couldn't manage to dual screen everything. We couldn't dual screen everything, but we did get quite good agreement between reviewers. So 10% of full text were also dual screened. We extracted data usually with one reviewer, so we had slightly different people leading different parts of the reviews, which I'll come on to in a second. And we didn't undertake quality assessment because that it's not a common part of scoping reviews, and our aim was really more looking at what evidence is there rather than providing definitive conclusions on effectiveness, because there's been quite a few previous systematic reviews in this area where they've looked at products individually, but what we wanted to do was to get an idea of the whole evidence base and how that compared and that fit together, rather than sort of taking a specific product where it's great to know very detailed information on a specific product, but sometimes then it's difficult for people to be able to have an overarching view of what's there. We also looked into, because of this, we looked into relevant reviews that came up as well and checked the reference list. We screened 10% of these, but we found very minimal studies that we hadn't already captured. And there was something like 1,000 reviews that we found as part of the study. So we only screened about 100 of those before, and then thought it was pretty redundant. So we stopped after that point. We did follow up all protocols and conference abstracts, and we also searched for ongoing trials. So we looked in the Central Trials Registry for anything that was an ongoing study, so we could map kind of upcoming trends in what was currently being researched as well, see whether there was anything that was ongoing in terms of interest. So, as I said, this was quite a difficult review to kind of map in terms of over-the-counter products, because what's available over-the-counter in one country is not always available over-the-counter in another country. So products like melatonin, for example, aren't available over-the-counter in the UK, but are in places like France and the US. So it was very difficult to get a sort of consistency across everything. I will say we probably took a little bit of a UK focus on some of it, just because that's where we're based and what we understand. And my knowledge of what's available kind of over the counter in, say, Iran or Ghana is not very good. But we did aim to be quite inclusive and not and not just focus on products commonly available in the UK, but to take quite as much of a global focus as we could. We excluded those where people might have to have seen a practitioner to get the product. So we're very much keen on looking at what people could take or buy for themselves. And one of the criteria we used was, could we find some sort of product of it online? So we sometimes searched for the product names if we weren't sure, because there were some very obscure products that came up from some places, like eel's head powder, which I'd never come across before personally, but had been tested. But in the end, we couldn't find any kind of established product for that, so we excluded that one. And we did have a couple of public contributors, so those are lay people who'd used over-the-counter products for anxiety and insomnia before, who also had input when we weren't sure whether or not to include something. We did try and include all languages. We used Google Lens to translate. Where we had multilingual colleagues, we asked them to extract the data for us or to translate key parts of it. But we did also rely on Google Lens to some extent as well, which works fairly well for the sort of standard language of RCTs, but I don't think would necessarily work as well for things like qualitative studies, but seemed to work quite well in this instance. And our search terms were quite broad. We didn't focus on particular product names just because there's so many different products that it's very hard to map them all, and there isn't kind of an established list, if you like, of what's available. So we tried to keep things quite broad and focus on general classifications like herbs, vitamins, those kinds of things. So we included studies of adults, so they had to be trials or economic evaluations. We were interested in if any economic data was available as well. So if it turns out that any of these products maybe reduce the use of say clinic appointments and things like that, reduce contact with healthcare professionals, or whether people are more likely to both take these products and see healthcare professionals and use lots of other services at the same time, although we found very little on this either way. We focused on adults living in the community or residential care. They had to have depression or anxiety or insomnia symptoms or a diagnosis. There were a few trials where they looked at people who didn't have those symptoms, but they maybe induced some form of like test anxiety, like before an exam or something. And we didn't include those because we thought it was quite an artificial situation. We wanted people who had established symptoms or a diagnosis of each of these conditions. We only focused on oral preparations as the most kind of commonly sort of taken over-the-counter products. We excluded those where people were inpatients, as obviously that's not really a kind of self-management approach at that point. We excluded those where there were other sort of related mental health conditions like severe mental illness or dementia. So we wanted just to focus on depression, anxiety, and insomnia. And we also excluded those where it was only part of a collection of symptoms for another condition. So some studies, for example, focused on the menopause, where sort of anxiety can be, say, part of that picture, but unless they were specifically had anxiety as well, we didn't include those. We didn't include anything that was prescription only as a general rule across kind of many countries. We didn't include anything that was for treatment less than a week, so it was a very acute one, or that was part of kind of a larger lifestyle intervention. We also didn't include anything that had sort of just a focus on subgroup analysis, or something called tryptophan depletion studies, where they kind of took tryptophan away from people, if you like, and then saw whether it made them more depressed, which I'm not sure are the most ethical studies, but they were quite old ones. So in terms of our synthesis, one person generally charted the data. So this was for insomnia. This was Adriana Salame, who was one of our master's students, who was doing a dietetics master's. For anxiety, this was our BSc student, Sayem Uddin, who was focusing on the anxiety one. The depression ones, I led on those, and for the older persons ones, Sylvia, our research assistant, led on those ones. So a second person also checked the key details of what came out of the for what came out of the data extraction, so anything related particularly to efficacy and safety. We carried out narrative synthesis, so we used primarily a vote counting approach, not necessarily the most reliable approach in terms of providing clear conclusions on efficacy, but as I said, we're more interested in the size and the nature of the evidence base rather than whether or not there was sort of very high quality evidence available for these products. So by vote counting, we just mean simply summarising how many had a significant effect, how many didn't have a significant effect. And likewise for adverse events, how many seem to have differences in adverse events between the intervention and the control group, and how many seem to have consistent events. We carried out 4 analyses because the studies were kind of, we had too many studies basically to analyse them all in one kind of paper. It was a bit much. So we've split it into anxiety, depression, insomnia, and older people. And we included all conditions in the older people's one because there wasn't enough studies to encompass or to analyse them individually. We've published 2 of these so far. The other 2 are either under review with journals or we're working on the revisions for the journals. So we summarised each of these studies by the kind of product, which makes sense, by their volume of effectiveness evidence, and then by their safety evidence. So this was quite a big project. So we had over 15,000 unique hits that came out of the database searches, and screened 1,346 full texts between us. And we ended up in total with 358 full texts across all our conditions. We also identified 61 ongoing protocols of studies that we kind of extracted limited data for and summarised, but didn't include in the main review. And we found 21 papers from other sources, so following up those kind of conference abstracts and trials and things like that. So for depression, this was one where we found the bulk of the evidence. We found 209 studies focusing on over-the-counter products for depression. Slightly more in terms of dietary supplements than herbal products, but they were the main focus. We didn't find any homeopathic product trials, and we only found 1 medication trial, which was for aspirin. Most of the studies were carried out in Iran, also quite a few in Germany and the US, and with a median sample size of around 70. So there's sort of medium-sized trials. Most focused on people with a diagnosis of depression. The studies of dietary supplements were more frequently compared to placebo than herbal products, which was interesting in itself. Herbal products were more likely to be compared to prescription drugs, whereas dietary supplements were really not likely to be compared to prescription drugs. However, dietary supplements are more likely to be evaluated as adjuncts, so alongside antidepressants generally, versus herbal products. Very few looked at the effects of any of these products alongside kind of psychotherapy, which is interesting in itself, as a lot of people are probably likely to be taking an over-the-counter product while receiving psychotherapy. So it'd be good to look into that a little bit more. In terms of the actual products, we kind of divided this into products with substantive evidence, so having over 10 trials, products with what we call emerging evidence, so having more than 1 trial to support its use, but then not necessarily that many, and then products with just single trials. So the most evidence we found was for omega-3s and St. John's wort. As might be expected, the evidence base was a bit more mixed for omega-3s, whereas it was quite positive for St. John's wort. It's been evaluated in lots of trials, and the St. John's wort ones in particular tend to be slightly bigger trials. In terms of other products, saffron was also very well researched and generally had positive findings, and probiotics also quite well researched and with generally positive findings. More kind of promising products seem to be folic acids and lavender, whereas the evidence base for melatonin for depression was a bit mixed. Not necessarily that good, but might warrant further research. There's also lots of other products with sort of 2 to 4 studies as well. I haven't had time to kind of go into them in lots of depth here. In terms of products with single trials, we found 19 single substance products and 17 mixed products. So lots of the mixed products kind of contain combinations of some of the other ones you see here. So it's very difficult in those kind of situations to work out sort of effectiveness, and while the products containing multiple different substances did show some promise. There's so many different ones in, say, things like multivitamins, that it can be really hard to pick out what is actually effective. In terms of safety, the good news is from this perspective is that these products for depression largely seem to be safe. So 85% of the studies that did report adverse events in trials generally found no safety concerns at all. And there are a few sort of safety issues, some mild gastrointestinal effects of some products, particularly omega-3s, but otherwise, generally, they were quite similar to the control, whether it was placebo or whether it was, say, a prescription drug. Also, we didn't notice any particular trends in differences when products were evaluated alongside antidepressants as adjuncts versus sort of products alone. So that sort of suggests it's quite positive in terms of people being able to use these products alongside conventional medication without being so concerned about interactions. And there are also a few safety differences as well between generally more mixed products with multiple ingredients than single products, which again gives us a bit more reassurance that things aren't interacting with each other. Just a few other of the key findings to highlight. We found one health economic study for depression that was looking at the cost effectiveness of folic acid, which did find it was slightly cheaper than a placebo, which is interesting, but not more effective. So that wasn't particularly promising. The one medication trial we found was of aspirin for depression, but did find no difference to placebo. I don't think aspirin is necessarily commonly taken for depression. We only found, when we tried to look into this further, I think it's sometimes taken apparently by adolescents as a way of managing depression, at least in a UK setting, but we didn't find any differences there or any more trials of this. We found 44 ongoing trials registered in trials registries that hadn't been published already, and these were mostly products that have already been evaluated, so probiotics, vitamin D or omega-3s. So there seems to be very much a focus on certain products and very, very little focus on expanding the evidence base for the wider range of products that only have 1 or 2 trials, which is a little bit of a shame, I think. In terms of the anxiety studies, we found 69 studies assessing these products for anxiety and looking at 43 different products. So the anxiety evidence base is much smaller than that for depression. Generally, we found an increased interest in this over time from before 2000 to today. And most of these focused on people with no other comorbid conditions. Lots of the products had only 1 to 2 studies, and most of them did report safety data, which was great. The sort of map of products on the right-hand side, I'll zoom into in a little bit more on the next slide, but just to say most of the products were herbal products, and most of them were evaluated on their own rather than as an adjunct to antidepressants. And most of them were compared to placebo, and quite reassuringly, a lot of these were double-blinded trials as well. So just to zoom in slightly and map out the products for anxiety, we see that most of them are herbal products, and out of these, most of them are assessing kava, which is primarily used in Australia, I believe. We don't tend to have access to it over the counter in the UK. So there's quite a strong evidence base for kava, lavender, and something called Galphimia glauca, which is a Mexican herbal product. Also, future trials for saffron and valerian, and then a lot of these were just 1 or 2 studies otherwise. We found a variety of multi-herb products that contain lots of different combinations of these, as well as dietary supplements, but most of these were focused on probiotics. We only found homeopathic remedies really for anxiety, and these were quite a mix of ones, and I think these were largely carried out in Brazil. In terms of what products had sort of promising data, kava, lavender, galphimia, and saffron were the most promising products, and generally tended to have a good safety profile, apart from saffron, but that was more because they didn't report safety data rather than necessarily it was negative. The probiotics and valerian were not really promising. So interestingly, although probiotics seem to be more positive for depression, they weren't really for anxiety. And similarly for valerian, it didn't seem to impact anxiety very much. The main area of increasing interest is cannabidiols, or CBD, which is not surprising. Its use seems to be taking off kind of in the UK and lots of other countries, I believe. But we found a couple of ongoing CBD trials which showed mixed effects at present, but we also found 6 more ongoing trials that suggest that it's becoming an area of much more increased interest. When we looked at insomnia, we only found 52 studies for insomnia, and these were mostly in people without comorbidities, even though insomnia is quite common in a lot of long-term conditions. Mostly capsules and tablets, mostly compared to placebo, and mostly administered on its own rather than with any kind of prescription drug. When we look at the evidence base for insomnia, this is massively focused on melatonin. Again, I think because there's been an increasing interest in melatonin over the last kind of 5 to 10 years. And a lot of the products were also herbal products rather than dietary supplements. We did find 2 studies of an over-the-counter medicine, so diphenhydramine, which is a medicine that is used, sort of an anti-hay fever one with kind of drowsy side effects, so it's used often over the counter as a sleep aid. And on the whole, the evidence base was a little bit mixed for melatonin, but generally positive, quite positive for saffron and diphenhydramine and lemon verbena, as you can see there. A bit more mixed for lavender and valerian and kava. So you can see the green ones are the effective ones and the red ones are the ineffective ones. Again, there are a few side effects of concern across all studies, with some mild gastrointestinal side effects. With older people, we found much less evidence overall than for the products in younger people, and almost nothing for anxiety in older people, which I think is a massive evidence gap that we really need to address. You see similar trends in the types of products that have been evaluated. So most of these focused on melatonin, and some of these also focused on omega-3 products, as well as a sort of variety of other different ones that you can see here. The evidence base was quite good for melatonin and quite good for omega-3 fatty acids, and generally showed mild or no side effects, which was quite positive. There's also some positive effects for L-acetylcarnitine, which is a dietary supplement, compared to fluoxetine in a placebo. Also, again, lots of studies of single products and a wide range of products tested. But interestingly, no studies that we could find on antihistamines for sleep in older people, even though that's commonly used, or any homeopathic products. So we can see from this that over-the-counter products for mental health conditions, it's a very substantial research field, but there are some clear gaps. So evidence does focus on a very specific range of products, and a lot of these have quite a developed evidence base now, but there's a number of products, a very wide range of them, where there's only single studies, and we can really do with developing the evidence base for the sort of under-researched products a little bit more. Similarly, although there's some evaluation alongside antidepressants, which is really positive to see, so we can know whether these add further effects over taking antidepressants. There's very little evaluation alongside psychological therapies, and I think this is probably an emerging area that we'd like to see more studies in. And generally few safety concerns across all the products that we looked at, which is really reassuring, even when they're prescribed adjunctively. Lots of the studies focused on capsules or tablets rather than teas, but I think herbal teas are also quite commonly taken for these kinds of conditions, so this is also a bit of a research gap. We compared them a little bit to what's used, what's reported to be used in surveys. These are surveys from more Western countries, sort of US, UK, and Australia, I think. So we're not likely to transfer necessarily to other countries, which do have variations in the products that people report taking. But these are some of the common ones, and we can see there's some overlap with the evidence base as to what products have been tested, but actually there's quite a few gaps as well as in terms of some of these products. So we saw like virtually no studies on, say, ginseng or ginkgo for depression, even though they're commonly taken for that. And particularly a few studies on diphenhydramine as well. So just to briefly touch on the strengths and limitations of our review, we felt it's very comprehensive. We've looked at other similar reviews and they didn't seem to pick up on quite as many trials. So we feel like we found a lot more. We tried to navigate different contexts and different regulatory scenarios. Hopefully we did a good job, but I think there's probably still room for improvement. And we did include studies in multiple languages. Some of the issues that we did have was that because we had to search using quite broad product terms, some of these we might not have picked up on just because we didn't search for the product name. They might have not have been labelled, for example, as a herbal medicine trial. They might have just been labelled as St. John's wort trial. So we may have missed a few, even though we've tried our best with looking at like review reference lists as well. We did only double screen 10% of them. As I said, it was quite a large amount of studies, and we did use vote counting to synthesize. So I'll emphasize again, this is not like the results of a systematic review where we can provide definitive efficacy conclusions. A few of the gaps or the considerations are just that sometimes when these are tested in trials, their use isn't often self-directed. So because of the trial context, because of the need to oversee things, often these are given by a healthcare professional and monitored by a healthcare professional, which is not necessarily how it would work in practice. So there are some generalizability issues, and often people do report taking multiple supplements at once rather than one or the other. So there may be interactions there that we don't yet know about. There's also the possibility with drug-herb interactions, but I think we can be a little bit more confident after knowing how many are prescribed alongside or have been evaluated alongside antidepressants, sorry. But there is a lot of variation within individual products too. So we had different doses, different extractions, slightly different lengths of time they were taken for. We couldn't encapsulate all that in a review of this size, but there is likely to be more variation in the efficacy of products. And it's difficult to tease out the effects of multiple ingredients. So just to conclude, we have a large volume of products now into over-the-counter products for mental health. Research does concentrate on a few key products. So future studies really need to replicate the trials of under-researched products rather than focus on things like omega-3s and St. John's wort, which already have quite an established evidence base. We need to think more about evaluating products adjunctively alongside conventional therapies. We need products for anxiety in older people, as that's a massive gap. And we need to think about the economics of these things as well, as people are often paying out of pocket for them. And it's good to know, well, does that translate to healthcare savings, or does that actually add costs just generally? So I'd just like to acknowledge our funders, which were the National Institute for Health and Care Research, School for Primary Care Research, and as well as thanking all my team members as well. That's just our references. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer anything now, or you can always email me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frost, for this wonderful presentation. Very insightful and very, very fresh. New things come to the surface regarding the over-the-counter medicines. We have one question from the audience, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
Someone is asking, did the study consider why there is a preference for one product over others for a specific symptom?
No, we didn't, because we were just reviewing products in terms of their evidence base and trials. We didn't look in terms of people's preference, but I think that's a really interesting question and an area of further research. As often these kind of like previous surveys and things just ask what products do people use. They don't really go into, well, why do you use this one and not that one? And from what I can tell from reading the evidence base, people tend to take quite a pragmatic approach to these things. They try one, they make judgments about whether or not they feel it's working for them, or on the basis that they know it's worked for other people, they'll give it a try. If it doesn't work for them, they'll move on and try a different one or not try anything at all. But in terms of what people decide to take, I think it's sometimes a combination of recommendations from other people, recommendations from healthcare professionals, and sometimes seeing things online in the media. I think social media is playing a big part, particularly for adolescents and people in their 20s and 30s, as to what products they choose to use as well. Although that's a bit of an area of emerging research as well.
Okay, thank you. How would you say that the evidence on the safety and efficacy of the over-the-counter products for mental health conditions inform future research priorities and clinical practices?
So in terms of future research priorities, some of the things that I touched on in the presentation about really focusing on products for anxiety in older people and thinking about not just replicating products or studies of products like St. John's wort and omega-3s, but thinking more broadly about all these different promising products with 1 or 2 studies, and trying to really get the evidence base up for things like chamomile, which is quite commonly used, but not that well researched for different products, for different conditions. I'd also say in terms of clinical practice, I think one of the main takeaways for clinical practice is that these herbs seem to have, or these products seem to have a good safety profile, so we shouldn't be too worried from that angle, which is quite reassuring, and particularly where they've been given alongside antidepressants, because sometimes I think that's a concern about interactions. In terms of effectiveness, it may be worth referring people to things like omega-3s or St. John's wort if they have depression. I think a lot of these are not certainly in the UK, then they're not necessarily in the guidelines that people should be referred or recommended these kinds of products. But I personally think it would be good to see a bit of a change in that, because people often like something that they can take themselves, feel a bit more empowered and a bit more in control of their own health if they're choosing these products for themselves as well. So I guess that's probably my main thoughts for clinical practice, that you can encourage these kinds of things, and at least ask patients about them. But yeah, I think there's fewer safety concerns than we'd expect, which is nice.
Thank you. And the last question, again from the audience, would be, how do we know the effectiveness of the products is established? Do users exhibit change in their health conditions or livelihood or their mood? What is the point of measure?
Okay, so most of the measures that we looked at in this review, we looked at whether there were a change in symptom scores for depression, so whether or not they improved on symptom scales, and similarly for whether or not they improved in anxiety symptoms or insomnia symptoms. So those were kind of our outcomes of interest. So where I've said they're effective or non-effective, they've shown effectiveness in terms of improving kind of mean scores on these outcome measures for either depression, anxiety, or insomnia. So that's it. And if they didn't show any effectiveness on any of those related outcomes, we counted them as not effective, even if, for example, they showed effects on things like quality of life or something like that. We're just focusing on the kind of symptoms for the purposes of this review.
Thank you very, very much. Very, very interesting. We always tend to forget that the best medicines are the ones that are naturally found in our environment. And with the technology and the pharmaceuticals company expanding, etc., we are always forgetting that our ancestors used to fight everything with over-the-counter medicines, very natural and herbal remedies.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting field, and there's so much scope for supporting, particularly in very common conditions like depression, anxiety, and insomnia. So
and
thank you very much for allowing me to talk about
so many more, because if you observe, for example, the shape of all vegetables, they are intended to help with certain parts of our body. For example, the nuts are shaped like the brain because they help towards the cognitive impairment and the cognitive function, for example. So we have to think that everything is readily available to us from nature. It's very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and for your excellent presentation, Dr. Frest. We were very delighted to have you with us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. So we will be continuing with our workshops today. The workshop will be delivered by Dr. Reginald Dennis-Guisset. A few words about my exceptional colleague. Dr. Reginald Dennis-Guisset is an environmental health expert with over 20 years of experience in pollution control, waste management, and sustainable development. He's currently the Pro-Vice Chancellor Academic and Program Leader at Unicaf University and has taught at various institutions, including the University of Botswana. Dr. Guisai has published numerous research papers and received international recognition for his work in environmental science and climate change. Today, he will carry out for us a workshop during which he will present ways in which we can analyze chemical and heavy metals in soils at a landfill in Botswana. Dr. Reginald?
Good morning, good afternoon, Chair. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. How about you?
I'm fine. I'm sure you can realize I'm outside your office there.
Whenever you are ready, the floor is yours.
All right, let me share my presentation. Please confirm if you can see my presentation.
Yes, if you can put it into a slideshow mode to become
All
a
right,
little bit larger. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you, Reginald.
wonderful.
So you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues, and good afternoon to other colleagues. This morning, I'd like to share some nuggets that I've learned with time as we are doing research work across different perspectives. And the case of discussion this morning will be premised on physical, chemical, and heavy metal analysis in soils at a sanitary landfill in Botswana, which is located in a town called Logatse. Now, in the build-up to this case study, I would also want us to reflect. Since it is a workshop, I'd also want us to reflect and begin to think about the needs to articulate a statement of the problem and designing research questions in order to address pertinent issues that come through in each and every day of our lives. Now, you also realize that one key aspect of research is building up a scenario of solving problems for our community. If we are to look at time immemorial, we used to have a discourse perspective premised on skills required to interpret our times. In hindsight, I begin to reflect about the 15th century, where it was all about Renaissance, and the 16th century came through where we had a formative dimension or reflective purpose of Reformation. And furthermore, we also had a discourse on the 17th century where we began to develop principles of dogmatism and absolutism. Thereafter, the 18th century began to bring in a discourse on reason, building up, and also beginning to develop logic and perspectives. Thereafter, we came into the period of novels, which was the 19th century, and Romanticism took quite a huge impression on us. We also proceed to the 20th century, where we also want to reflect on discontinuity, where we begin to realize the nature of the people thrive in chaos. They also struggle with loneliness, they struggle with anxiety, uncertainty, and other aspects. But just after that, we have the 21st century, which is more on postmodernism. Now, you also realize once we are in the 21st century, we begin to look at urbanization, we begin to look at developments, we begin to look at technologies. And it is in this framework that we have seen accelerated development across countries, across towns, across villages. And it is in this context that we begin to think about the framework of planning and developing in every aspect that we bring out. Now, my presentation outline will discuss the following items of interest. We'll look at a general guidance on articulating the statement of the problem and the research questions. And then we also reflect on the fundamentals of a research problem, how to write a statement of the problem, and then we'll do some form of identification in terms of a criteria for problem, and then we'll also exemplify problem distillation. In order to expand on this, we'll also reflect on some research questions, and then the case study will also exemplify how we are going to address our problem, the aim and the objectives, and the research questions developed, the significance and justification of the study, some literature highlights, the research methodology and design, results and discussions, and of course, the conclusion and recommendations. Now, every time when we reflect about the discourse of a research problem, we ask ourselves when we need to solve something. You also agree with me that the research problem is an area of concern where there is a gap in knowledge, and this requires a solution within the discipline. Again, it is also premised on a situation or circumstance that requires a solution to be described, explained, or predicted. In fact, it can also be a scenario where an unsatisfactory situation may require us to confront it. Now, we also need to remember that not all problems are researchable. Now, research normally deals with facts, so it is a phenomenon that can be observed in the real world, and the answers from the research should explain, describe, identify, substantiate, predict, or qualify a research question. Furthermore, the research problem also requires an intention to solving the challenge that is at hand. So it is through the development of an argument, which is a problem statement, that we then begin to articulate a problem sufficiently. Now, in another framework, we also look at research questions that have been posed. Sometimes they are posed as queries that need to be answered. So if there is a knowledge gap in an area that needs to be investigated, then the research problem will identify this gap. Now, when we look at the problem statement, we also reflect on where it is actually supposed to be presented within a thesis, a proposal, or a report. Normally, we anticipate that it should be presented early in any of these documents. Other scholars write that it is the push or the impetus for the research study, and often it begins with the first statement of the introduction. What does it do? It expresses the baffling and unsolved situation that needs to be studied. So it incorporates a rationale for the study. It is a well-structured formulation of the unsolved problem, and it has got key elements that we need to consider. Chief among these are the reflection of problem identification, where we ask ourselves the question, what is wrong with the current situation? And secondly, it reflects on the background, where we ask another question, says, what is the nature of the problem that reader on the scope of the problem? To say, how big is the problem and how many people are affected? In hindsight, it also reflects on consequences of the problem. What is the cost of not fixing this challenge? And fifth, it also considers the knowledge gaps. What information is lacking? The last key element is a proposed solution, where we then reflect, how will this new study contribute to solving the problem? Now, an effective problem statement answers the question, Why does the research need to be conducted? And as an example from the study title, we then say to ourselves, although sanitary landfill sites have been observed to constitute a potential hazard to the environment, in many cases, the effects of the landfills are not so obvious or easily observable. Such hidden effects may include contamination of ground and surface water and the release of greenhouse gases. Again, one will begin to reflect and say, now, what criteria should I use to select a problem or to distill a problem? Critically, we have three factors for a criteria to selecting a problem. The first is interest, and the second is significance, and lastly, manageability. It is in this context to say, in interest perspectives, we look at the most important. With regard to significance, we also focus on theoretical value, practical value, timeliness, and the perception of having an external review. In the context of being smart or being manageable, we also reflect on expertise, time, resources, and critically so, being free from any form of personal bias. Now, when we look at distillation, we then reflect how the process has taken place. Is the process of refining the question or the idea into a problem, making it sufficiently specific so that it is amenable to an investigation? Or is the process being able to lead to the development of a statement of the problem that is clear, concise, and definitive? You also agree with me that the statement of the problem is a very specific statement which clearly identifies the problem being studied and will usually identify some key variables as well as give some information about the scope of the study. At times, it could be presented in either a question or a declarative form. In other scenarios, it may include inherent sub-problems where appropriate. And also, it also reflects on the formulation of a problem statement that takes place in an initial review of a related literature and a distillation process. Now, while we have reflected on the problem statement, we also need to break down the relationship between this problem statement and the research question. Many a times, coining a research question has become a challenge for early researchers, but it is important that we build up in understanding this in the context of developing forms of direct wording in the context of developing this. Now, you realize that a research question will come from a statement of a purpose where we could reflect on the concern for the plight of the people working or living near landfills is partly due to the lower levels of public awareness and respect for public opinion in decision making in developing countries as compared to what obtains in the developed world. Now, we may even take a framework which also builds from both qualitative and quantitative studies. Now, when we reflect on the quantitative studies, it will identify the key study variables, the possible relations, the population, the variables that are measurable into concepts, and of course, the questions that suggest quantification. On the other hand, in the qualitative framework, these are attributable from themes or statements which are able to identify the phenomena of interest and the groups that are under study. So the type of questions will vary by the qualitative traditions. This could be in the form of grounded theory, which normally attributes to process questions. It may also be on phenomenology, which reflects on meaning of the questions, and of course, ethnography, which then focuses on the perspective of descriptive types of questions. Now, questions that are simple and direct invite an answer and help to focus attention on the kinds of data needed to provide that answer. As an example, based on physical-chemical analysis, we ask a research question. How do the findings on physical-chemical properties and heavy metal concentrations compare with other yardsticks from previous studies and set standards? Now, this thought process allows us as researchers to begin to ask ourselves difficult questions right from the onset. And you will agree with me, once you have set up the right question, you have a good flow on your methods, on your research design, and you also find the respective findings linking and solving the problem you aimed to articulate right from the beginning. Now, when we look at the physical-chemical analysis in Lobate, we take note that sanitary landfill sites have always been observed to have quite a number of challenges. Among them have been issues of odor, among them have been issues of aesthetics. But many a times there has been less discussion about challenges on the soils. Now, such hidden effects have a deleterious impact because in most countries where governments and government officials have connived with foreign concerns to secretly dump hazardous waste, or at some locations in the developing world, we begin to realize certain extraordinary impacts at a later stage. So this has developed a scenario of more negative perceptions around landfill sites, and also it has created a scenario of disdain where most neighborhoods would not want to have landfill sites or dumping areas around them. So many a times we reflect on the NIMBY theory, the not in my backyard process phenomenon, and it is against this challenge that we want to unpack the elements that may come out from the study of landfill site in Botswana. Now, when we look at the aim of the study, it was to investigate and evaluate the environmental health risks to the soils in and around the landfills, with the view of determining the extent to which landfills may be regarded as hazards or as assets. These investigations were based on the Lobatse landfill, which is found in Botswana in the Southern African region. The main objectives were premised on determining the level of contamination and also analyzing the physical-chemical elements through pollution levels and heavy metal contamination. And we had two research questions focusing on this study. The first one was, what are the concentration levels of physical-chemical properties, pollution and heavy metal contamination in soils, and how far from the landfill site do they spread? The second question is, how do the findings on physical-chemical properties and heavy metal concentrations compare with other yardsticks from previous studies and set standards? Now, when we look at the significance of the study, we realize that waste management is one of the core values of most national development plans in Africa, including Botswana. And key to it is the premise of attempting to achieve sustainable development goals. Now, it is then premised on this, that this study needs to contribute to knowledge, specifically by helping to identify the primary chemical and heavy metals that constitute the major hazards around landfills. Now, such knowledge assists governments and international organizations to develop appropriate mitigation or otherwise other forms of interventions. Key to this is urbanization levels of Lobatse having to change over time, which could significantly influence the types of waste and the quantities that are disposed at this landfill site. Now, over 2 decades of the development of the landfill disposal ideology and legislation implementation in Botswana, this landfill site was done well before this legislation was developed. And it is necessary to carry out an audit that will
Hello, Dr. Reginald. I think we have lost Dr. Reginald, and we wait for a few minutes to see if he will be able to join us again. Probably there's a problem with his connection. I think we have lost Dr. Reginald.
Sure, we shall wait
Mhm.
till he rejoins. Yep.
Yes, we'll wait for a few minutes. We're trying to connect with Dr. Reginald, so just please wait for a few more minutes. Okay, Dr. Reginald said that he will be able to join us again in a couple of minutes. He had a power cut. So let's wait.
Sorry, colleagues, I lost power and the whole system just shut down.
No worries, Reginald. You may continue from where you left before the power cut.
Thank you for your patience. I am glad I'm not defending my PhD today.
Things like this happen in live events. So
Oh yes, that's great. Now we were now on significance of the study. Confirm you can see my presentation? Not yet. All right, let me start again. Something is frozen. Just a moment. logging in. All right. Let's see. That's the window I want. Okay. All right. Please confirm you can see my presentation now.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Maybe
We
just a moment. Should come up.
Yes, we can see it. If you can put it into slideshow mode,
All
it would
right.
be perfect. Thank you, Reginald.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, team. Thank you, colleagues. Now, we were reflecting on the significance of the study, and I was sharing elements of interest in the context of how we need to look at the developing problem and the planning that took place well before and after. And again, the trends and the dimensions that have occurred in this small town of Lubatse. Now, as we reflect, we also need to look at the reason why we needed to study Lobatse landfill site. And the observations were that this landfill was commissioned in the year 1994, before the country of Botswana actually had developed any legislation on landfills. Again, this landfill was expected to have had a lifespan of about 20 years, which means by the year 2014, this landfill should have been decommissioned. Furthermore, there was also the concept of this landfill site being developed without a leachate liner, therefore referring us to a major thrust of this study, where we are actually trying to assess the landfill site pollutants and the extent to which these have been produced and polluted the environment and become of public health concern. Now, some literature highlights around landfill sites are as follows. Normally, we have two types of landfills that are advanced in the developing world. The first and the most common is the open waste dumps, which normally are areas identified in the context of being far away from the people and out of sight, where disposal of waste is then done in a considerable and desirable manner. And most of these have been observed to have significant threats to groundwater resources and, of course, the soil types, particularly in the context of the type of geographical nature of the area, and again, the types of wastes that are disposed within these types of landfills. The second type is one that is an engineered sanitary landfill, which actually caters for impermeable liners, also has caps, and develops leachate collection and treatment systems. Now, with the second type, when a landfill reaches its maximum height, it is then covered with an impervious layer so as to minimize entry of rainwater, and thus continuation of bioreactions remain within the landfill. On the other hand, most landfill operators are required to continue collecting and treating gas and liquid effluents for a period of up to 30 years after landfill closure. Now, in the developing world, landfilling has always been misinterpreted when it comes to daily covering of a dump site with soil based on economies of scale. Hence, there is inadequate categorical evidence that refers to landfill sites as sources of toxicology studies in the context of the developing countries. Now, this study had this framework of methodology and research design where at least 10 sampling soil samples were collected from different 10 sites, 5 which were control, and then 1 at 0.25 kilometers, the second one at 0.5 kilometers, the third one at 1 kilometer up to 2 kilometers. Now you realize that sample collection was done at 2 surface depths at either 30 centimeters or up to 100 centimeters, which created a depth framework of surface sampling and subsurface sampling. And this was premised on a judgmental framework of purposive matrices in terms of how the landfill was positioned. And a t-test was used to compare the results of these outcomes from the lab and also from the framework of the sampling strategy. Now, when we look at the results, we take note that when we considered the soil pH, there was an increase of soil pH down gradient. Perhaps this was due to the types of wastes that were disposed of at the landfill site. Again, an observation was done that down gradient, there was levels of pH which were way, way above the recommended Food and Agriculture Organization standards. Similarly, we also had a very interesting observation about soil electrical conductivity, where these levels were high on the landfill site soils as compared to both upslope and down gradient, signaling the impact of the types of waste that are being disposed at these landfill sites. But however, we also take cognizance that in the same manner, the downslope was actually slightly higher than the control mechanism, implying a level of buildup of soil pollution levels down gradient. Now, a comparative factor was done with yardsticks of pollutants in order to look at the reasonability of these levels as compared to the set standards. You also realize that with the focus on pH, EC, alkalinity, phosphates, sulfates, nitrates, and chlorides, most of these were actually within the range that has been seen in other yardsticks and other previous studies. Now, when we go to alkalinity, we also observed a sharp increase within the cells of where waste was being disposed. However, we also again observe that many a times the type of waste becomes a critical framework for us to build up on in order for us to understand why levels of alkalinity were high, perhaps due to domestic types of waste that are being presented, or perhaps due to organic frameworks of waste that were being disposed at the landfill site. We also considered soil electrical conductivity, which appeared to be increasing with the increase of pH on surface levels, but in the opposite manner at the framework. Someone will also ask, why look at that relationship? You will always realize that an increase in pH means that the soils would be becoming alkaline, and this would also create a scenario of perhaps postulating the type of use for the soils within or around these landfills. While for subsurface soils, it appeared that as conductivity was increasing, pH was also decreasing, meaning that there were more issues with relating to it being acidic. Again, a comparative factor of parameters showed a very interesting perspective when it was compared with the t-test. Most of these elements were not significantly different in terms of their concentration levels at both surface and subsurface level. Now, we also considered phosphates, sulfates, nitrates, and chlorides. When we looked at these, we also realized that there was a strong declining trend, which was very visible for the phosphates, while for the sulfates, nitrates, and chlorides, there was a small buildup which was still developing, with high indicative matrices that the types of waste being disposed at the landfill zone were the ones which were creating an artificial sedge. Furthermore, there was consideration of pollution, of heavy metal pollution, of chromium, iron, and manganese. And the general observation was that there was a gradual increase in pollutant levels down gradient, particularly for iron and manganese. On the other hand, there was a reflection on copper and zinc, and these showed that there was an increase of copper levels down gradient, while For the zinc levels, there was a gradual decrease. For the copper, we may actually attribute the existence of the types of waste that are being disposed, which has had an impact on the down gradient indexes. We also considered lead and nickel, and it is within this framework that we realized that there was limited or insignificant decline levels in the context of lead and nickel down gradient. Now, when we looked at sodium, potassium, and magnesium, these appeared to be higher than standards elsewhere. These are the FAO, the USSR limits, the Nigerian limits, and the EU limits. Now, you also observe that these yardsticks indicate a certain challenge about the suitability of the soils within the landfill and adjacent to the landfill. Another consideration was the framework of the increase in sodium and magnesium levels down gradient, signaling an impact of the landfill site, and a decline in potassium and calcium levels, signaling that whatever may have been disposed of at the landfill site may not have had much impact on these two heavy metal frameworks. Now, in conclusion, Lobatse landfill was observed to have pH levels outside the recommended standards for good agricultural practices. Another observation was that electrical conductivity, alkalinity, nitrates, chlorides, and sulfates were high at the landfill zone than any other zone, and nitrate levels were above the recommended standards and most landfill zone samples. With regard to heavy metals, manganese and copper levels downslope were also observed to be higher than upslope and the landfill zones, while lead levels in the landfill zone were higher than both downslope and control samples. Nickel and magnesium levels were also observed to have increased from upslope and going to the landfill and to downslope. It is against this same background that sodium, potassium, chromium, manganese, and magnesium levels were significantly above the FAO, the EU, and the Nigerian set limits. Now, potassium surface levels were also observed to be higher than the subsurface levels across all the three zones, which is the upslope, the landfill zone, and the downslope zone. One would then reflect and say, having found out all these elements of interest and having built the framework of discourse around this, what was the contribution to knowledge? And what were the recommendations for policy and recommendations for further research? We took note that the contribution was there was a strong impact of landfill operations on the physical chemical properties, particularly with a focus of adjacent soils, as shown from the soil pollution, as well as migration of pollutants from both upslope and downslope of the landfills. In terms of recommendations for policy, there was a need for the landfill construction guidelines to be utilized and made to be mandatory through statutory instruments in order to enhance adherence to landfill management and construction procedures. Furthermore, there was also a need for proper regulated guidelines that must be followed in the development of new landfills to avoid makeshift dump sites that may lead to hazards to both the environment and the surrounding communities. And lastly, there was a need to study the levels of organic pollutants produced by the waste disposed at the landfill site. This is so as most of these materials deposited in landfills have had a higher percentage of organic materials. And studies on the impacts of chemicals which are being stored and disposed improperly is also strongly advised, as there are no binding regulations for the destruction of these types of waste. This is the end of my presentation, and these are the references that I reflected on as I was preparing it. I thank you for this opportunity. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reginald, for this wonderful presentation and insightful presentation. We have a few questions, if you don't mind, coming from the audience.
That's all right.
So someone asks, will you consider the mixed method approach, the term used to describe the methodology for the pragmatist epistemology?
Yes, why not? Remember, we are building up a very interesting discourse. In our case, we took a site. So definitely the mixed methods approach worked very well for us. First of all, we did our own geological survey where we looked at the gradient. So that framework automatically makes us to have a certain form of judgment. So we then did purposive sampling. We looked at the gradient and then said, okay, where is the control and where is the downslope? At the same time, we also considered that when you look at movement of water underground, it could actually not follow the same geophysical processes. So you actually also get to realize that when you look at a geological survey, what obtains in the face of what we see will be slightly different from what obtains underground. At the same time, you also realize our sample size was not at the level of 30 or plus, automatically granting us an opportunity to reflect on the qualitative perspective. Hence, our choice of a test method of using a t-test in order for us to compare these results in the context in which they also find themselves suitable for comparison. It is also against this background that you also begin to realize, yes, we did quantitative studies by taking a form of analysis for physical-chemical analysis in the lab. So I submit this mixed methods process actually came out very well in a complementary manner for us to actually come up with this kind of a study. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
We have a comment and a question from a colleague who is currently observing the conference. He's been involved in the remediation of crude oil pollution in groundwater in Nigeria, which has always been a challenging process, he says. As landfills resulting from extractive industry operations continue to grow, especially with the increasing demand for lithium, how can studies of this nature help inform government policies to mitigate the effects?
I like this because today we are really defending serious research here. Thank you very much, Chair. In fact, that's a policy question that speaks to the developing world as compared to the developed world. Key factors of interest in most governments or in terms of planning and development have always been about how can we improve our economies, how can we develop the quality of life for our people. And there's been a strong drive, even through investment indices or matrices or foreign organizations or multinationals with an interest in investing to make profits. But at the same time, there's a lot of disregard about the natural environment and the subsequent impacts that will take place. I take note of two things in Africa that have been observed over time. Mining rights have always had a special concern, which have decommissioning plans and decommissioning processes, while other industries have not been given the same type of attention. So you go to oil and gas, there is a lot of exploratory matrices and development, but with less monitoring and inspection, particularly after decommissioning. There's also been a sweet song that is sung right before most of these projects are done. The Corporate Social Responsibility Index. So you will find that most industries or most investors will come in with the potential benefits, which may seem good, but are actually piecemeal and only a momentary form of giving, whilst they are pursuing a certain index of developing this. Now, you also realize that with the mining, with the oil and gas industry for petroleum, it will be important to begin to reflect on the types of organic frameworks which are environmentally friendly that we may utilize in order to safeguard both the operational waste generated and the post-generated tailings after the operations are done. The lifespan of most of these investments is an average of 25 to 40 years. And it is against this background that as much as leadership in African countries will change, frameworks should actually develop and improve. So we need a critical framework of impact assessment right before construction or investment. We also need a critical framework of monitoring development and pollution control. And post the existence of the operations, we also need a decommissioning plan that is followed succinctly with a framework of looking at certain types of land uses that may be actually used on the same area post the operation of this exercise. And of course, the aquatic life, the natural environment, the soils need a rehabilitation strategy that should not just be at government policy level, but should be enacted through legislature across board so that we speak with one accord and a framework of learning from each other where certain investments have been done properly. I think that will be my response, Chair. Thank you.
How do you believe that the pollution levels at the Lobatse landfill compare to the international standards for safe soil use?
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. We actually have a very interesting perspective. You realize that Lobatse in Botswana is in a semi-arid environment. So the first yardstick is to say we already have certain levels that we anticipate to be in existence. And comparably so, we may then not be able to compare that area with certain jurisdictions which may have different temperature and climate, different soil types and geology. At the same time, the yardsticks for agricultural purposes will also vary according to agroecological zones. It is against this background that the choice of the standards to compare with or yardsticks to compare with was then referred to. So in essence, there was also purposive direction of comparative frameworks within the setup for Lobatse. Now, when you look back, when you look at these agroecological regions, they have varied from time to time and adjustments have taken place with time. And it is against this background that we also look at the type of activities that were taking place around this area before the landfill was developed and post the existence of this landfill. So it is in this manner that we are able to attribute some of these arguments that we have presented in view of the scenario of previous studies that have taken place within the area and also studies elsewhere which suit the similar research conditions that we had within our study site. Thank you, Chair.
We also have a very simple question which will help the audience understand better. Someone from the audience simply asks, what is soil alkalinity? So you have to explain a bit about pH levels, acidity, alkalinity.
I like that. In fact, it's important. Why I'm saying it's important, yes, it may sound simple, but in this part of the world, once you understand alkalinity, then you know that your farming productivity is going to be at spot on.
Yes.
Now, once we look at the pH pH meter, we are looking at a scale of 0 to 14. And it is against this background that between 0 and 7, we are saying you are acidic or the soils are acidic. And above 7 going to 14, then we are saying soils are alkaline. Now, you realize that in certain areas in this part of the world, most soils are actually acidic. And there is a reason, the reason why it is like that is because of the natural landscape. Now, when you look at the agricultural framework, a lot of fertilizer is utilized in order for us to actually lift the pH from an acidic condition to an alkaline condition. So alkaline conditions are conducive for certain agricultural purposes. And it is within this framework that we begin to reflect on the types of crops or the types of gardening and vegetables that we may utilize. And it is against this background that certain areas that we see in our communities that are not suitable for any agricultural purposes could be actually experiencing this same framework. So one critical factor about pH and alkalinity is that it sets a conducive environment for certain activities to take place. So you always find that once alkalinity levels are high, you have stand a better chance for cropping in certain areas. While when these levels are low, there stands also to be deleterious effects and impacts in terms of that framework. The second notion is that alkalinity creates solubility or dissolution of ions, meaning these are able to move within the framework or to interact with other ions at any given point in time. When we are in an acidic framework, it means that our propensity to have the ions join with other ions to form different elements and nutrients that may be healthy for the soil or for the crop is also reduced. So it is against this framework that we may want to reflect on why alkalinity is important and what it is all about in the framework of agricultural productivity. I submit, Chair, I think I'll share those two for the basic explanation.
Thank you. And I will add a little bit of microbiology and chemistry to your answer. Alkalinity is very important in crops and agriculture, as especially the legume plants contain a certain type of bacteria in their roots, nitrogenous bacteria. The alkalinity in the soil enhances the growth of these bacteria and they produce nitrates. The nitrates then are the basic component of proteins, and these help the crops to grow and give a better yield.
Oh, yes.
Especially for the legume plants.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In fact, an example of that could be just beans, peas, and so on. Yes. Which is quite a popular product within most of our nutrient meals. This part of the world, I'm not sure about in Europe and in Asia, but I am sure in Africa, leguminous plants are on the high table for our nutrition content.
Yep.
Thank you.
The same for us as well. Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. For anyone from the audience is interested to obtain the presentation of Dr. Reginald, the recording of the whole conference will be posted on our Unicaf site after the end of the conference, so you can watch and re-observe the presentation. And for anyone having questions, you can email to us and I can forward the questions to Dr. Reginald. Thank you, Reginald, for this presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The presentation by Reginald closes today's session for the School of Sciences, Health Sciences, Technology and Engineering. I just want to say that these 2 days have been wonderful for my school. I am sure that you have all enjoyed listening to the presentations, reflecting the hard work our students put in their studies, as well as the bright careers of our colleagues and honorable guests in their respective fields of expertise. We hope you enjoyed attending our sessions as much as we've enjoyed putting them together. I would like to express my honest appreciation to all the attendees, organizers, chairs, and speakers for their valuable contribution today and yesterday. As academics, there is nothing else making us prouder than seeing our values, hard work, dedication, and knowledge being passed on and reflected onto our students. Before I close, I want to leave you with a thought that resonates deeply with our mission as scientists and educators. In the words of Kenneth G. Wilson, the renowned theoretical physicist, the hardest problems of pure and applied science can only be solved by the open collaboration of the worldwide scientific community. Let this serve as a reminder of the importance of collaboration, dialogue, and the sharing of knowledge that conferences like this make it possible. Thank you once again for joining us today. I wish you all a wonderful evening. We will now have a short break until 1 o'clock, and the conference will then open for the School of Business. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hello again. We will move forward now with sessions from the School of Business. We welcome Dr. Georgia Saka-Vronti, who is the Dean of the School of Business of Unicaf Federal. Dr. Saka will share with us the opening remarks. Dr. Saka, the floor is yours.
Dr. Athanasia, thank you very much. Dear beloved colleagues, students, and participants, it is with great pleasure to welcome you to the fourth day of the second Unicaf Masters Conference. Over the past few days, we have witnessed insightful discussions, engaging presentations, and a spirit of collaboration that highlights the strength of our community, of our academic community, with almost 2,000 students participating as attendees and coming from over 130 countries. Today, I have the honor, as the Dean of the Business School, to open the Business School sessions. So welcome aboard. We encourage you to actively participate and engage with the presentations, whether delivered by our students or esteemed plenary speakers. Let us continue to share knowledge and ideas and inspire one another. I wish you all a pleasant and interesting day ahead, filled with meaningful discussions and opportunities for you to grow professionally. I would like also to extend my gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this conference a success: the organizers, plenary speakers, session chairs, presenters, and of course our students for your enthusiastic participation. Now, let me provide some information about the sessions that will follow today and tomorrow as well. Today we will begin with session 9, Business Challenges in Healthcare and Well-being for Stakeholders. This is chaired by Ms. Malvina Yannick, our academic coordinator and program leader here in Unicaf. It is also important to remind you that today we have a dedicated session on doctoral studies for those interested in pursuing a doctorate with Unicaf, so don't miss it. Tomorrow, we will conclude the conference with 2 more sessions, session 10 and 11. Session 10 is based on HR practices and HR outcomes in today's workplace, and session 11 is based on leadership, strategy, and organizational performance in business. Please note that tomorrow is the final day of the conference, so try not to miss it. Before I give the floor to our chair to take over, let me close with a quote by a well-known financier, David Rockefeller. Success in business requires training, discipline, and hard work. But if you are not frightened by these things, the opportunities are just as great today as they ever were. This reminds us that emphasizing learning, consistent effort, and determination is key. If you are willing to embrace challenges rather than fear them, the opportunities for success are many. So don't be afraid. Be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saka. We will start our sessions. We have session 9. Ms. Malvina Yannick will chair the session. She is the academic coordinator and program leader of the business school of Unicaf Federal. Ms. Yannick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome to the session 9, Business Challenges in Healthcare and Well-being for Stakeholders. This session will take approximately 1 hour. We've got 3 presentations of our students ready, and they will focus on the research concerning, respectively, corporate governance in hospitals, performance management systems and their impact on Gen Z, and the performance on health tech startups. I would like to remind our presenters that the presentation should take a maximum 15 minutes. I will kindly remind you that the time is running out 2 minutes before the end of the time. And next, there is 5 minutes time slot reserved for Q&A questions session. So you will be invited to answer the questions of the audience. So let's start. The first presenter is Dr. Fiela Mbeya, the student of Unicaf University in Malawi. And the presentation will be on the effectiveness of corporate governance in Christian Health Association hospitals in Malawi. Fiela, you can start sharing your screen with the presentation now. Fiela, can you hear us? Yes, okay. We can see your screen now. So the floor is yours. We cannot hear you.
Yeah, hello?
Oh, okay, now we can. Great.
Okay.
Okay, you may proceed.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I hope you can see the screen.
Yes, we can. We can see your presentation.
Okay. So I am Dr. Fiela Mbeya from Malawi. So the title of the presentation is Effectiveness of Corporate Governance in Christian Health Association of Malawi Hospitals in Malawi. The CHAM hospitals contribute about 40% of the curative care in Malawi. So they are an important part of healthcare delivery in Malawi. So our questions were on corporate governance. It's a requirement for the hospitals to follow corporate governance principles. So we're asking, are they following the corporate governance principles? To what extent are the hospitals following these principles? And what are the outcomes of the compliance with these principles? What are the ways the hospitals can improve their performance when they are following these principles? The answers to these questions will enlighten other stakeholders on the state of governance in these hospitals and the healthcare in general in Malawi. So we had these objectives. So that this was to ascertain the elements of corporate governance in CHAM hospitals to determine the extent to which CHAM complies with the corporate governance, investigate the outcome of the compliance, and propose ways on how there can be improvement. We did this literature review, it was many on corporate governance, strategic planning, international accounting standards, and the human resource management. So far, there are limited studies done in Malawi, so this studies did contribute to some knowledge on this one. So the study looked at corporate governance structures in CHAM, and the Mansfield in 2020 actually said argued that an essential route to improving governance in a system in low-income settings is through working effectively with non-governmental stakeholders. CHAM is one of the non-governmental stakeholders in Malawi. So The corporate governance, key to success in this system is to segregation of duties so that there is no conflict of interest among members of the committees. Here we're talking about the board, management team, and the rest of the others. So strategic planning, in this study, they also were assessed if there was a strategic plan being implemented. So without a strategic plan, it would be difficult for organizations actually to function. So that's why we had to also look at if whether they have a strategic plan. On the same strategic plan, we are looking at if there was actually even a standard way of formulating strategic plans. So one of the ways was actually SWOT analysis. Financial
Bella,
reporting.
excuse
Yes.
me, sorry for interrupting, but if you are changing the slides, we can see still the first slide only. So maybe
Oh,
you're
okay.
maybe
Sorry,
you're
sorry.
showing, yeah.
Let me sort that. Let me sort that, just that.
Probably you're sharing the window. Oh, yes,
Sorry,
now
yeah.
we can see it
Is this
correctly.
okay now? Okay,
Yes,
thank you. Okay.
thank you.
So basically, I went through these slides. This is what I was presenting. So I presented on the introduction. I went to the objectives of the research and the leadership review, corporate governance, then the still corporate governance and the strategic planning. So I continued with strategic plan. This is where I was. So we did also look at financial reporting. This one we are looking at if hospitals are able to report using the 3 financial statements following the international accounting standards. And we'll also look at the human resource management. This one we're looking at the appraisal system if hospitals are able to appraise their members of staff. So what the conceptual framework was based on a structural contingency theory that assessed that in organizations having corporate structure, strategic planning is associated with a positive organizational performance. So our research methodology was a quantitative research that used primary data collected from participants in the CHAM hospitals. So the participants were senior management members from the hospitals. We used the SPSS statistics to analyze our data, and the frequencies were analyzed. So this was primary data. It was a administered questionnaire that we used to collect the data. So after completion of the data, we are able to assess the 4 corporate governance elements: strategic plan, IS, financial reporting, and human resources actually appraisal, and also if there was a board of governors present in those hospitals. So we just have some first results there. So what we saw was that there was actually an use of a strategic plan in about 14% of respondents. So 14 were about 105 respondents. 14% reported that there was no strategic plan at their institutions. So that is one. So that's the chart that shows that. Then we have financial statements. Actually, if people are using financial statements to report, so basically we are looking at whether they're able to report with the 3 financial statements. So income statement, cash flow statement, or using the balance sheet. As we can see from the results, what we saw was that they were sure those that were able to report with the 3 financial statements, which means that there was a deficit in some. They were not able to actually report with using the 3 standard, the international accounting standard financial statements. So that is actually it's a requirement that they can report correctly using the 3 financial statements. If if they also reported less than the 3 required, that was deemed to be actually a deficit. So the 73% of the respondents reporting with 3 standard financial statements, while the rest reported either having 1 or 2. So we assess the income statement, cash flow statement, and balance sheet. So on the discussion, The respondents are compliant actually with the presence of Board of Governors at 92%. Human Resources appraisal is 100%. Actually, they did very well on that one. While there are some respondents who indicated absence of strategic plan at 14% and lack of international accounting standards financial reporting at 26% using 3 financial statements. These findings are in agreement with general observation in the past, as the area is less researched, especially in the governance in the CHAM hospitals. There are hardly any papers on the topic, so we didn't also have a better comparison in Malawi about if there was research done in the past. The lack of the standard financial reporting at 26% is actually worrying, as these hospitals are charitable and are assisted mostly by donors. So it is expected they would actually report using standards in their finances. And the government the government also actually supports these institutions. So it is expected that their financial management, human resource management, even corporate governance should be of good organization. So in our conclusion, this study set out to answer the following questions. CHAM also is following corporate governance principles. What is the extent to which also are following these principles? And the results have revealed actually compliance and non-compliance to the corporate governance principles. And there is a need to address the non-compliance so that the performance of these institutions can be much better, which actually would lead to quality healthcare in the about 40% of healthcare in Malawi if the governance of these hospitals is actually doing better than what we actually found. So the study has contributed to literature on corporate governance practice in CHAM hospitals in Malawi that provides 40% of curative service on the healthcare system. The limitation of this study was its designed as a quantitative study. It looked at the status quo of the practice, while a pragmatist approach would be required later, where qualitative interviews would enlighten more on the non-compliance to corporate governance principles. We also recommend timely appointment of a board of governance for the hospitals after terms expire. In some hospitals, when the terms expire for the committees, the appointment was a bit late. So capacity building in CHAM hospitals management teams, especially on strategic planning and the formulation of new strategic plans after expiry of such plans. Capacity building in the management teams in the international accounting standards so that they can improve on the actual financial reporting. Recruitment of qualified personnel like accountants to manage accounts following the IIS standards. Those are some of the references. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Viela, for your concise presentation. We may proceed to the questions now. If anybody from the audience has any questions, you can share them in the Q&A box on Zoom. And while we're waiting for some questions to appear, I may have some of mine. So, Viela, if you could tell us, one of the research questions that you had in your presentation was, what are the outcomes of compliance with these principles? So I wanted to ask you, what would you consider to be the most important benefits of compliance with the corporate governance for the hospitals of the association that you were researching?
So one of the most observed outcomes were the hospitals that had the board of governors and the management team in place and strategic plans. They had actually shown that even their service delivery was much better than the hospitals were actually maybe they didn't have a board or they didn't have a strategic plans. So those that had all these in place, there are those that actually they are performing much better in terms of service delivery, human resources availability in these hospitals, and also the supplies, the availability. Thank you.
Okay, and is it visible already in Malawi that those that are actually complying with those principles are performing better, or is it still in theory?
No, it's already visible. It's
Okay.
already visible. If a hospital, mostly a hospital that is very much in the rural and they don't have the corporate governance principles, their performance in so many other indicators are below those that are actually have got a board in place. They are using strategic plans and they can report using international accounting standards correctly. And actually, a board is able to supervise management and they have got a strategic plan. Those even in the years, the trend has shown that their performance is even much better.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned in your presentation that the lack of standard financial reporting is over 25%, and
Yes.
it's very worrying data
Yes.
because these hospitals are charitable and are assisted by donors and the government. Did
Yes.
the research mention what may be the factors responsible for the lack of annual financial reporting in those institutions?
As I said in the limitations of the study, I think more research would be done, but the things that we are observed, there were obvious things that we are observed when we do doing this is that when there is a body, there's likely to be a strategic plan, and there will be likely to be competent senior managers in that hospital. So these are managers who do understand about the narrative reports, statistical reports in the hospitals, and also the financial reporting. So if in hospitals where the corporate governance setup is not set up properly, what will happen is that the qualified people to do reporting and such may not be available because even from the secretariat, that the umbrella organization that actually supports these hospitals, is a requirement that they can actually use international accounting standards to do their reporting. But it was worrying that some very senior managers did not understand whether they report by income statement, cash flow statement, and balance sheet. So some would mention only a balance sheet, which doesn't work like that. You can't say we report by a balance sheet only. No. So we have done recommendations that the umbrella organization needs to actually do a capacity building so that these management teams, they should be actually following better ways of financial reporting, which is by using international accounting standards.
Okay, so it's a transformative change based on also on the specialized staff, we can say.
Yes. Yeah.
Great. And one more question. We have why the corporate governance that is analyzed in this research assumed implementation of IAS, of International Accounting Standards, and not International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS, since the latter ones started replacing IAS over 20 years ago. So why those international accounting standards are chosen as the principles?
Yes, so if anything, for sure, we should be talking about the international financial reporting standards. But as I earlier stated, even on the first observation when we checked in these institutions, the secretariat, or that is an umbrella organization, they were still able to allow minimum, what I could call a min. If the institutions are able to report the 3 statements, then they would still be considered that they are doing well, though they have to migrate to the IFRS. So we went for a minimum that we can allow. If they are still reporting with the income statement, cash flow statement, and the balance sheet, we should allow in this research to say that institution might still be compliant, but they can do even better. But the level of what we found now, we found that even with just 3 income statements, senior managers did not really understand in that 25%. that they have to report actually even using a minimum standard, even the IS that is being replaced by the IFRS.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for the explanation.
Yeah.
And the last question, I think, is this corporate governance a standard recommendation or optional for hospitals?
It's a standard recommendation.
Standard.
Actually,
Okay.
being non-implementation is even a poor performance in these hospitals, because the umbrella organization and the government expects that they should be following corporate governance.
Okay, clear answer.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Fiella, for your presentation and for all the answers that you provided, and for the participation as a panelist. Thank you very much. You can stop sharing your screen now.
Okay.
And we're gonna continue and proceed to Tashana Johnson-Lynch, our student of the University of Suffolk, with the presentation on the performance paradox, performance management systems impact Gen Z, psychological well-being, motivation, and performance within a global marketplace. Tashana, welcome. You may start sharing your screen now so we can see your presentation. And if you could say something so we can check if we can hear you well.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We can hear you very well. That's great.
Thank you. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we see your screen right now. So you may start. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. Let me just start my slideshow. All right. Thank you for having me. Today, I am going to be speaking a little bit about the performance management system as it relates to the Gen Z employees' motivation, psychological well-being, and how they perform in a global market space. So for me, interest in this area was sparked by the evolution of the workplace, the need for continuously motivating and engaging the workforce, and for understanding the Gen Z employee, the need for organizations to be relevant, successful, and transformative in order to attract the best talent out there in the workplace. You know, the modern workspace has been evolving over time, and we cannot continue to do business as usual, especially as it relates to the new generation of employees. The traditional performance management system focuses on quantifiable output, but it doesn't focus on the intrinsic motivators that lead to disengagement and lower productivity. This is what Gen Z is bringing to the table. In my research, it has been identified that 61.5% of employees believe that poor management of the performance management system affects their performance. This underlines the negative impact of the traditional performance management practices. There is a gap we found between what the organizations know about the Gen Z values and the actions that they're actually taking to ensure that they are responding to what they know. 37% of employers are actually restructuring their career development module to fit the need of the Gen Z employee. And the Gen Z experiences a higher rate of anxiety and depression when compared to other generation of workers. So this tells us that we really have to take action so that we do not lose what Gen Z has to offer, the creativity and innovation that they bring to the workplace. We have to ensure that we respond to the needs of their psychological safety. So the objective of the research was to understand how current performance management system design influence the psychological well-being of the Gen Z employee, as well as to determine the extent to which the different elements of the performance management system impact the motivation and engagement of Gen Z employee, and to research explore specific performance features that demonstrably enhance or impede the Gen Z employee, and also to investigate how globalization impacts on the implementation of the performance management system. What we found is that Gen Z has a unique preference. They prefer continuous feedback as opposed to the traditional monthly or every 6 months or annual review. They want you to give them feedback on a more timely basis so that they can adjust. They don't want to live in the past, as some persons would say. Once they've come to an accomplishment point, they kind of forget about it and want to move on. So they need that feedback right away. They also value work-life balance. They are looking for opportunities to integrate their personal and professional lives to bring about that unison in both worlds for them. And that is important for them, and workplace have to know that. The Gen Z employee is also motivated by work that aligns with their values. So these set of employees value their contribution to a greater good. They want to know that there is a purpose that they are fulfilling and they're a part of something bigger, right? So they want purpose-driven work. The limitations of the performance management system as it exists now in its archaic stage is that it focuses on quantifiable outputs. It focuses on the traditional performance management system prioritize quantifiable outputs, leading to a narrow focus on achieving targets without considering the broader impact of work. This can create pressure and anxiety for employee, especially this cohort of employees. It has an hierarchical control structure, right? So it emphasizes that management, evaluation, control, top-down settings. And there are settings that requires you to have that kind of control. But as you integrate the Gen Z employee, we find that the organization has to change a little bit. The traditional performance management system involves infrequent performance reviews. In most countries and most companies, reviews are done once per year, at most twice per year. Gen Z is not looking for this. They want timely feedback. So the major findings, the traditional performance system, the design can negatively impact the Gen Z employees' psychological well-being, their motivation, and their performance. So while the performance management system design enhance these aspects, where you find that the psychological well-being is taken into consideration, there will be greater results. Globalization, that necessitates the balance between the global standardization and the local customization of the performance management system. So whatever organizations are going to put in place for their PMS has to, in a global setting, take into consideration the need for having standards while recognizing the importance of customization in the local. So you could not go into India, for example, and have the same structure of your performance management system as you would have in Jamaica, right? And the cultural and ethical considerations are also vital for the Gen Z employee. The impact of the performance management system design on psychological well-being, it shows that 70% of, and this comes out of a study completed by Deloitte in 2022, 70% of employees experience reduced stress and anxiety due to regular feedback and transparency. This is what is happening around the world. 68% of employees experience job satisfaction when there is performance management system that enhance consideration for well-being. 74% of employees experience higher engagement when PMS is transparent, and 72% of employees feel that their well-being have been improved due to their perception of fairness in the feedback. There are also negative results that can happen when you try to make your performance management system liberal and engaging for Gen Z employee. It also requires caution, because these very same things can become negative factors and lead to disengagement and disalignment of what your goal is as it relates to your performance management system. The negative feedback can include feeling pressured. You know, if the feedback given is too often, then the Gen Z employee gets a negative impact from that. 63% of the feedback, the negative feedback from Gen Z employee in this research showed that they feel pressured psychologically because the feedback was too frequent. 62% of employees felt that the PMS system was not transparent enough, and as such, they are demotivated, and it impacts on their well-being, leading to, you know, feeling of stress and anxiety. Impact that the performance management system has on the motivation and engagement of the employee. So in the performance management system, there are three main areas that the research show that must be incorporated to make the performance management system tool effective. That is the goal setting. This will provide direction and clarity, which Gen Z employee wants. They want to be clear about what it is that is expected of them so that they can deliver. And this enhances their commitment level to attaining the goal. The performance feedback must be present as an element of the performance management system. This promotes continuous improvement, right? And increase the interaction and involvement of the Gen Z employee. Recognition must also be a key portion of the PMS, as this boosts morale and job satisfaction. It encourages loyalty and enthusiasm among Gen Z employees. And in the research, we've seen that 78% of the employees feel that when these factors are perfectly aligned, that they are more engaged and they're more inclined to deliver on the job. Globalization has its impact on the Gen Z employee. In terms of the technological advancement, the diversity, the need for diversity and inclusion in the workplace, and the workplace dynamism that happens when you are a globally operating company like a Grace Kennedy that operates in Jamaica and around the world, or a digital corporation that deals with communication, telecom around the world, and you are existing in different markets, you have to now look at how you design your PMS to ensure that you are capturing the dynamism of the workplace that you are dealing with at the different levels.
Shana, you've got 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let me just, there are many instances where globalization has positively impacted organizations. Atlassian has improved satisfaction and reduced stress levels. Safaricom have higher employee engagement. Grace Kennedy increased their employee motivation and engagement, and Digicel has been enhancing employee satisfaction in how they have changed the design of their performance management system. So where do we go? We want to ensure that organizations understand the need of the Gen Z employees. So there's a need to foster motivation and well-being in organization. Organization should be adaptive, not reactive to Gen Z's need, because these are the new cohort of employees coming into the workplace. They come with creativity, they come with innovation. We see what technology is doing with people like Elon Musk and so on, making waves in the world. There is young minds that are doing this, and we want to capitalize on that by responding to this. So HR professionals, the research underscores the importance of tailoring the performance management system. And for organizational psychological development of employee, it also underscores that there's a need to do some research, have more nuanced research into what is actually the impact, because we understand that every individual is different. And while we can't have a haphazard system, we can certainly incorporate the broader needs of all the Gen Z employees.
Okay, the time is up. So if you could, in 2 sentences, wrap up, I would be grateful. Thank you.
All right, so basically what I'm saying is that performance management system of old can no longer function, can no longer bring success for organizations as we introduce the newer cohort of employees into the workplace. As such, we have to be agile as organizations. We have to listen to the people that is coming in, and we have to change our performance management structures in such a way that they feel included and a part of something greater to bring about their best, which will lead to organizational success. Thank you.
Great, Tashana, thank you very much for an interesting presentation. We can proceed now to questions and answers, and I encourage everybody to post the questions on the Q&A box. And we have the first question. If regular performance feedback is causing psychological stress and competition among employees, what should be the best practice recommendations?
Okay, so thank you for that question. What I've seen in my research in companies like Atlassian that has integrated employee feedback structure that is more timely. So, for example, the recommendation is that in setting up the goals of these employees, the timeline is clearly given, and the feedback that is given should be no more frequent than once per month. That is the recommendation, because just imagine you are given a task and this task is deliverable in, say, 3 months, and you are getting a weekly feedback. You can feel a little inundated. You can feel burdened by getting too frequent of a feedback. So it's rightly placing those feedback that will get the result that you desire.
Thank you. And how about this unfair competition among Gen Z employees? Is there a risk of that, and how to avoid it?
Well, there's always a risk of having the competition amongst the Gen Z employee. They are actually the most competitive workforce that we will engage with. But what can be done is that we can, as organization, as business leaders, we can ensure that we team them up. So it is good to put these employees in teams. In many organizations, we see where they build smaller teams and let them compete in those teams, like what Google has done. They group employees in, say, a team of 5, give them a name, maybe relevant to the organization, and get them competing in that way. That brings about their need for community, the competitive nature that they have, and it brings about the result of attaining goals for the organization.
Thank you. And how the practices of PMS can help with avoiding the risk of this competitive spirit?
So again, as I just mentioned, if we make the competition more global, Gen Z wants to be a part of a global workspace, right? So the performance management system that is designed to incorporate the competitive nature of the Gen Z. For example, in my organization, I mean, we are in Jamaica and the Caribbean, one of the largest bookseller in Jamaica and the Caribbean, representing some of the larger publishers around the world. What we have done, and we've taken this from travels in other parts of the world, looking at what other persons do. So what we have done is that we've included in the performance management system reward structure based on performance. So the reward structure that we have, we set the attainment goal, the minimum attainment goal, and because they are competitive, they are going to work to get that minimum attainment. And in that, we give them different rewards. It can be monetary reward, it can be extra vacation days, things like that. And that's what we've seen happening around the world. And we believe that incorporating that into the PMS will help to manage the competitive nature of the employees.
Great, thank you for sharing this practice. And the last question, in terms of cost of change, is it more cost effective to have more periodic feedback or less? How do organizations choose which to adopt?
Well, when you look at the cost of performance management system, and that's a very good question, because in my studies, I realized that not many persons pay attention to what it is costing you. One, in most of the instances, the performance management feedback session alone is costing you productive time because technology is not integrated, right? It is a need to sit down with a manager in front of you for a half an hour when you could be otherwise productive. And this is what Gen Z do not want. So if the performance management system is designed in such a way that it incorporates technology, then giving the feedback would be less costly, right? And it will be more align with what Gen Z is looking for. So for me, the organization has to decide, how am I going to make this cost effective? Because there is a cost. It's production time that you are losing, and you do not know what will happen after the feedback is given. It can lead to the Gen Z employee losing the entire day. So it is cost effective to be doing that. It is more costly to be doing that more frequently.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Tashana, very much for your presentation and for all the answers that you provided. You can stop sharing the screen now, and we're going to proceed. Thank you very much. And we're going to proceed to the last presentation. And let's welcome Phan An Dong, also the student of the University of Suffolk, who will present his systematic review of critical factors influencing the performance of health tech startup. I can
Hello.
see that we have, yes, hello, that we have fun with us, and we have already your presentation. Thank you for sharing the screen. All right, so you may start now. The floor is yours.
Okay. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. So this is my presentation about the critical factors influencing the performance of health tech startups. This is a systematic review, and the contents include this, as you see on the slide. First, its introduction. We will see the research aim and objectives and the research questions. The research aim is to identify and analyze critical factors affecting the performance of health tech startups globally, and other related to the identifying, characterizing these factors, reviewing relevant literature, etc., and finding recommendation about this is doing within 4 months. And I have 2 research questions. First, what are the influencing factors of health tech startups? And is there any hierarchy in the level of influence of the above factors? Okay, and this is, we move to the literature review. What is startup definition? And what is health tech platform within startup, the role startup, and the contribution of health tech startup in healthcare? First is startup definition. Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting you, but we can see still the window with the whole presentation, not the slideshow. So I think you are sharing the wrong screen.
Sorry.
If you put the slideshow, then we cannot see it. We see the whole presentation.
Already the slideshow. Okay, let me check. Okay, second. Maybe I have to fully see the screen. Sorry, it's okay.
Yes. Can you scroll to another slide so we can see if it's, yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, sorry for interrupt. Okay, so we move to again, I will start again, the end objectives. Yeah, to identify and analyze critical factors affecting the performance of health tech startup globally. And I have 2 questions. First is, what are the influencing factors of health tech startups? And is there any hierarchy in the level of influence of the above factors? And this is the literature review, and we will see the health tech platform within startup and the contribution of health tech startups in healthcare. So the definition of startup, we do know that startup is small scale, young, informal structure, and yeah, we have some definition of startup. Yes, but for the health tech platform within startup, I do research some terms related to like such as technology adoption, e-health and digital health, Internet of Things in healthcare, and artificial intelligence. For technology adoption, it's like these terms related to something related to the technical consideration, the IT literacy, the attitude towards innovation, and the role of organizational leadership. For e-health and digital health, that's this focus. E-health leverage ICT to support health-related fields, offering benefits like cost reduction and also alternative care options. And usually, entrepreneurship in digital health focuses on creating the value through innovations like telemedicine, or wearables, or mobile health. For the Internet of Things, like wearables, sensors, or communication infrastructure play very important roles in IoT healthcare, while like other like cloud storage supports the management of large data sets. For artificial intelligence leverages big data analytics to provide valuable insights for clinical decision maker and physician in various tasks. So the role of startup in economy is very clearly that we know that creating a novel product service and can create a job for younger demographics and foster the favorable investment ecosystem and attract the foreign capital. But for the contribution of health tech startup in healthcare, we can see that the health tech startup can reshape the healthcare by addressing gaps in affordability, accessibility, and the quality through innovative technology solutions. And also it can enhance healthcare infrastructure by introducing disruptive innovation that improve the quality of care and foster the innovation and lower the cost, often targeting underserved markets. And also by continuing assessing the needs of healthcare providers and consumers, health tech startup can create new healthcare delivery models, anticipating the future market demands and opportunities. And this is the research methodology. We will see how the research approach and design, the sampling, and the description. This is the keyword I use is include e-health, digital health tech combined with startups, business, enterprise, and critical factors. And I have some inclusion and criteria and exclusion criteria. And a sampling from 152 articles. Yeah, after the some steps of abstract classification and the full text review, the results, we have 15 studies reported on the contribution of workload to critical factors related to health tech startup. And this is the inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. It's based on the TIOC. P stands for healthcare, I is for e-health, and O related to change, failure, or success, and C for critical factors. Yeah. We move to the research findings, the source of evidence and critical success factor. This is the characteristic of sources of evidence. Yeah, the type publics. Oh, the year public I get from 2016 to 2030, 2023. Yeah, and it's a study time. We have 3 systematic review, 2 scoping review, 1 report, 1 case study, and 8 original articles. Yeah, and this is the type of the paper, qualitative 5 and quantitative 10. And this is the name of the 15 papers related to the health tech startups globally. And research findings. This is the group of critical factors influent to health tech startup. We have 4 group factors. First is the human capital. Second, startup sports. Third is market, and the last is finance. And now we move to the more analysis of findings of the 4 growth factors. Firstly, the human capital. Related to these factors, we have some subgroups related, such as the entrepreneurial and innovative capitals, because the successful health tech startup will prioritize the entrepreneurial and innovation capabilities, leveraging the diverse expertise with their teams. And related to the growth stage and strategic planning, because strategic planning, resources allocation, and scale option are crucial at each stage. And for the human capital and team expertise, it's really important because health tech startup heavily relies on the knowledge, the skill, and experiences of founding team and also the healthcare professionals. For collaborative ecosystem, partnership with other stakeholders is very important, and along with adapting the workflows. For guidelines for human capital development, like developing the market fit products, securing funding, and building commit team is also important for startups in health tech. And control planning is founders should collaborate with the industry leader and focus on strategic planning, risk management, and resource optimization to foster the innovation and drive growth. For startup spot, the second group of factors, we need to be aware of the subgroups factors like government policy and financial support, and cultural factors and success story, anything related to infrastructure and professional services, and the policy rules and challenges, and also need to consider the external factors and device design and AI support and venture capital. For the market, we have quite many factors related to the markets. For example, product and scaling. Success hinges on offering innovative products that solve customer pain points while scaling up manufacturing without compromising quality. For customer trust and acquisition, need to building customer trust through strategic partnerships and user-friendly platform. Yeah, in some health techs too. For service value and effectiveness, the quality and effectiveness of service are very important for market success. For technological innovation, for example, like digital technologies in product development enhance the patient-centric services and organizational efficiency. And other like opportunity recognition also important. That startup need to identify and seizing the opportunity within the healthcare, particularly by understanding provider and patient challenges is different compared to other industry. And also the business concept and market strategy that the market-driven strategy, the robust business model, and also the efficient service delivery are the key to drive the health tech sector. The market size and growth also important. The startup must navigate the regulatory complexity, scalability issues, and data privacy concern to capitalize on this growth potential. And also other factors like challenges, the valuable and financial strategy, and continuous advancement. Yeah, that challenges such as the funding limitation also important for startups, technology protection issues, and complex approval processes. For valuation like efficiency, resource management, prudent financial strategy, and leveraging the crowdsourcing can drive long-term success. And also startup must prioritize the market validation and iterated refinement to enhance the competitiveness and create the impactful solution that meet the market demand. So this is both factors related to the market. The last group of factors related to the finance. The first one is related to the sources of funding for startup. Health tech startup often rely on a mix of funding resources like private funds, angel investment from family and friends, and also venture capital. So early stage funding from private sources is essential for product development, talent acquisition, and scalability, laying the foundation for the long-term growth. And funding strategy and management, how can manage the funding, like seed funding is vital, and also timing in securing seed funding, managing the funding rounds, and also monitoring the burn rate, also key factors of startup progress and investor interest. And also another factor related to burn rate, that financial management and sustainability, the burn rate or the speed of which startups spend their money is very important for their survival. Yeah.
Stefan, sorry for interrupting. You have 2 minutes left.
Okay. Last is related to the conclusion that this is my research is to consolidate and examine critical factors of performance of healthcare startup, and I have a 15 inclusion criteria about research. Yeah, and we have four key factor groups: human capital, startup, sport, market, and finance. And the challenges is the difficulty in establishing connection between factors due to diverse operational models, and also primary data articles limited in scope, particularly in specific area like telemedicine and e-health records. And review article provides synthetic but lack of detailed analysis of specific models. That this is the recommendation for business application. Yeah, like for human capital, we can emphasize the need for targeting recruitment and continuous education. For customer-centric approach, like we focus on simplifying the process because it is for startup, and we're using the respect, we prioritize the customer needs. But regulatory standards is really important because we need to ensuring the connectivity between the providers and the patients. And the finance and funding also important because we need to highlight the need for robust funding strategy. How can we allocate the money that we have? So this is for some implications for future research that we can analyze for unit trace of health tech starter and industry specific influence on success across different countries. And the methodology can use advanced method or longitudinal study to understand startup dynamics and growth. Yet, and the regulation is really important that we can do some research related to the legal frameworks, identifying the gaps and their impact on startups, and e-health intervention that we can do some evaluation, the impact on the care quality and addressing the barriers for the sustainability of the health tech startup. Okay, so this is my presentation. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Fan, for the excellent presentation. So we can proceed to the questions. If you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A box. And we're going to start with what are some of the methods startups use to build collaborative ecosystems with incumbents and stakeholders that you mentioned?
Sorry?
What are some of the methods that the startup founders are using to build collaborative ecosystems? You mentioned the ecosystems. What are some methods that they're using to create those environments? Who are they approaching?
Well, the ecosystem that, and this is related to the, I mean, it's more directly in the studies here that I remember, ecosystem here is related to the some of the, when they talk about ecosystem, I remember the factor related to the 14 factor associated with the acceptance of e-health, of electronic health record sharing system also, and some other like related to the with the success and failure of e-health intervention. This is that they mentioned about the ecosystem and the key driver factors of the 7 key driver factor in open innovation-led digital health innovation ecosystem that they mentioned with the ecosystem of the health tech startup.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And how this systematic review that you've done can be applicable for your professional area? Is it something?
That's this is how can we this is based on our questions. So we the systematic review is how can we use the methods of resampling, and we have a criteria to include our research related to our frame of questions, the objective that we need to answer, what we need to answer, and this helped us helped me to identify and to narrow the study that related to the question that I need to answer, and I use the model like PICO to identify the four factors related to the systematic review methodology. Yeah, at least and in the last we have a 15 study that meet the inclusion criteria. That and it's narrowed down the 15 full text for me to more deep review and analyze the content, and then I can answer my question based on these studies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Did the review, have you found in your review in the papers any ways that founders of startups are cooperating with industry leaders to drive the innovation. Did the papers mention any ways they cooperate with the industry?
Yeah, sure. I see some in the 15 article, I see some mention about the how can related to the industry. Like in Vietnam, we have a determinants of wearable health technology using. How can they use the wearable healthcare technologies to measure the health condition of the patient, especially when they exercise and any other condition related to the patient they can have, and also some other related to the industry like telemedicine that this analyze the success factor related to telemedicine startup in Vietnam. Actually, I have experience working with some supplier related to telemedicine in Vietnam, that they have some steps and have some system. They build telemedicine, and this also supports me a lot when during my time working with this startup. Yeah.
Great. And the last question before our time is up.
Yeah.
How will telemedicine be implemented in the rural area? Did the papers say anything about that?
Yeah, sure. That in Vietnam and also in other countries, I see that that telemedicine can help to make the patient can get the consultation or advice from the SCP, from healthcare professional, and that due to the telemedicine that they can because some in the rural area they cannot have a cannot go to the big city and to the big hospital, so that's why through telemedicine they can get the better treatment from the healthcare professional in the big hospital, big city. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I also see some cases in Vietnam that really help them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for all the answers and the excellent presentation. And thank you again for all our panelists in this session. This is the conclusion of the session, so I'm heading the floor back to Dr. Cavadia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yannick. Okay, thank you everybody who joined this session. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you also, Ms. Yannick, for chairing the session. Now we will have an interactive session with the title, How to Become a Unicaf Doctoral Student. This session will be chaired by Ms. Eleni Stylianou. Ms. Stylianou is the Academic Manager of the School of Doctoral Studies at Unicaf Federal. Ms. Stylianou, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Cavadia. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for today. So, as mentioned, we will now have an interactive session on how to become a doctoral student with us at Unicaf University. The presentation will be conducted by Dr. Isaac Papadopoulos, who is the head of the Education Department for the School of Doctoral Studies, as well as Dr. Nathan Musonda, who is the Associate Dean for the School of Doctoral Studies. Welcome both. Thank you for joining us. So, Dr. Nathan and Dr. Isaac, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eleni, and I appreciate very much for this, privilege to talk about, our school. And greetings to everyone who is joined us today, and wherever you are joining us, we're so happy to have you, especially our potential doctoral, students. And like mentioned, let me just share the presentation. We have a very wonderful presentation, how to become a Unicaf University doctoral student, and want to do an introduction to the School of Doctoral Studies. Let me just try to share our presentation. Then after the presentation, my colleague, Dr. Isaac, will also continue. Then we're gonna have some questions and the answer. Okay, just give me a minute as I'm sharing the presentation. Okay. Okay, hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, Dr. Nathan, we can.
Thank you very much. Okay, so how to become a Unicaf University doctoral student, and this is an introduction to the School of Doctoral Studies. It's quite interesting. A lot of people who are doing masters have asked this question: how can I study? How can I become a Unicaf University doctoral student? That question, if you have it, we're going to answer that question today. And when you look at our university, it's one of the biggest providers of doctoral degrees in Africa. Just this morning, my colleague, Dr. Isaac, and our dean, Dr. Olga, we had a short meeting, and our dean was announcing to us that we are fast growing. And, we have been, recruiting students on doctoral studies for so many months now. And a lot of them are coming from different parts of the world. Some are coming from Africa, the Caribbean, and it's growing so fast. And indeed, we are one of the biggest providers of doctoral degrees in Africa. I've done a little research looking at some of the universities in Africa and even the numbers that they have for those who are doing, doctorate degrees. And indeed, you can agree with me that Unicaf is doing so well. And of course, we are so proud to do that because we are helping everyone to appreciate and also get their doctorate degrees in Africa and in other countries across the globe. So what helps us very much is our mission that we have. And indeed, we have a very, very interesting mission that we have. And our mission is to help students become educated individuals, achieve their academic and professional goals, and assume responsible roles in a changing world of global interdependence, to promote research and the generation of knowledge, to be service to a society through the dissemination and application of knowledge, as well as through innovative partnership with business and civil society institutions. And when you look at this mission, it has helped us very much because we have seen that there's a need for the students to become educated individuals. And after they become educated, they can also contribute very much to their own, economies. They can also contribute to the innovation because like we all know, doing a PhD is full of innovation and we have to, contribute something to the existing knowledge, also contribute something to something that's not there. So when we bring it, that's part of our innovation. And that's our mission. We want everyone to, appreciate and also, get educated, especially if you're doing a master's, then you should have that dream of also, doing your doctorate, degree. And Unicaf University, indeed, like you can see, it's a university that provides students academic programs that are relevant and significant to their country, social and economic development. And of course, we have quite a number of, social issues and economical issues in every nation. And if you become a student, you do your doctorate degree, you're going to have that knowledge where you can also contribute very much to the country's social and economic development, wherever you are coming from. So we are there to help you. One of the questions that most of the people ask, and I'm sure even you in attendance this time, you're also asking the same question. Why pursue a doctorate degree? Most of the people have got their doctorate degrees, PhD, DBA, and others, including my colleagues, at some point we were also asking the same question and say, why pursue a doctorate degree? There's a lot of reasons why people pursue a doctorate degree. Let's just talk about a few of them that were put down there that can be one of your reasons also why you want to pursue a doctorate degree. Professional development and career enhancement. This is one of them. Most of the people would go for a doctorate degree because they want to develop their professionals. They have a certain profession, maybe at master's level. Now they want to do develop and even have a very good career enhancement. Also enhance the capability to develop and apply knowledge and theory. And especially right now, there's a lot of developments that's going on. There's a lot of innovation that's going on. You can have a certain theory. No, you want to put that theory into a practical way. And for you to do that, when you feel of doing a doctorate degree, that will help you very much to develop and apply the knowledge and the theory that you have. And you're going to have enhanced the capability to do that. Also enhance professional practicing, combining academic rigor and managerial relevance. And especially for you who want to do a DBA, Doctorate in Business Administration, which is a professional program, you'll find that you're going to have those managerial relevance, and also you want to enhance your professional practice, and you can do this because you are going to combine now with the academic approach as well. And contribute to cutting-edge knowledge in the chosen area of study and become an opinion leader and influence the development of a specific sector. Of course, most of you are working in different sectors across the economies of the nations, countries where you are coming from. So you also want to contribute to this cutting-edge knowledge. And in that profession that you have, in the area of study that you have, and you want to become an opinion leader, and at the same time, you want to influence the development of a specific sector where you belong. And the other reason why people pursue doctorate degrees to open doors to the professional and research societies, because PhD is more of research. There's a lot of research that goes on. So once you do that, you enroll into a doctorate degree. It's going to open doors to the professional and research societies, and you love research. You are going to have all the knowledge how to carry out all the research that is needed for a doctorate degree. And you can also use the same research in different societies or in different sectors as well. I love this quotation there. A doctorate degree tests, assesses, and rewards the doctoral student, as it is not just another degree framed on the wall. It is a vision that provides personal fulfillment on the one hand and social commitment and responsibility on the other. Most of the people would tell, I've got a degree, I've got this certificate, then they just put it in the frame there, maybe a picture frame, and it's there on the wall. But that's not the case. It is a vision that provides personal fulfillment on the one hand and the social commitment and responsibility on the other hand. So once you get that doctorate degree, this is what will happen to you. You're going to have that vision, and there will be some personal fulfillment and also social commitment and responsibility on the other hand. It's a very interesting quotation. I've used this quotation on many times, especially when I'm talking to some doctorate candidate or students, to encourage them to keep on doing their studies. Unicaf University, like we mentioned, is a Pan-African, independent, internationally accredited university. I love that picture. If you can see there, if it's clear with you, these are some of our students there. And one thing that is noticeable, I always talk about this, is the smile that is there on their faces. Everyone's so happy. They belong to Unicaf University. And, as a graduate, you're so happy representing or be identified with the Unicaf. And those wonderful colors, they make us look so good, even on the pictures there. Yeah, everyone is so happy. They belong to Unicaf University. You can also be the same, because then you're going to belong to this Pan-African, independent, internationally accredited university. And Unicaf University has establishment state-of-the-art campuses in Zambia as well as in Malawi. I'm sure most of you are aware, or if you're not aware, we have 2 campuses that are established, that are the ones where who are providing the doctoral degrees, and in Malawi as well as in Zambia. And we're talking about state-of-the-art campuses. Recently, we built a state-of-the-art campus, a very new state-of-the-art campus, and in Zambia, very nice. When you see the pictures, it's quite interesting. And just this year, I think it should be October, if I'm not mistaken, we had, the first graduation that took place for our doctorate students at this campus. And when you see the picture, the video, it was so lovely. And most of the students joined maybe via Facebook, and they saw all the procession that was going on. They saw the pictures, they saw the, this very good, campus, which is there in Zambia. As well as in Malawi, we've got these state-of-the-art campuses. So if you join as a doctoral student with our school, you'll be either under Malawi or Zambia, as these are the 2 campuses that offer the doctorate, degrees. Yes, Unicaf University has learning centers across Africa, and we have physical presence in 15 countries. That's very interesting and very encouraging, isn't it? So when you belong to, you enroll with us and start studying with us under the School of Doctoral Studies, you'll be studying with a university and the school that has different learning centers across Africa, as well as the physical presence in closer to 15 countries. Our university is accredited, and indeed we want to make sure that everything that we do is accredited. We have the accreditation logo for all our campuses, and if you can see on the slide there, we have Unicaf University in Malawi, and we also have Unicaf University in Zambia. And these 2 campuses are accredited locally. Like the university, the Unicaf University in Malawi is accredited by the local accreditation body, which is called the National Council for Higher Education. And the Unicaf University in Zambia is also accredited by the local accrediting body, which is called the Higher Education Authority. So all the programs that we are offering at Unicaf University in these 2 campuses, they are all accredited. They've all passed through the hands of the local accrediting bodies, starting from the program, even the university themselves as a campus. They all, they carry out a very, very, serious, monitoring as well as inspection by the local authority. Like in Zambia, we have the Higher Education Authority. They carry out the inspection to make sure that these campuses that are there, they meet a certain high standard, so that everyone of our students will be so happy. So if you join our university, our School of Doctoral Studies, you're talking about belonging to 2 campuses that have the local accreditation body, and indeed these 2 accrediting bodies make sure that they meet, the 2 campuses meet the standards. That is on the local accreditation. What about on the international accreditation? Yes, of course, all our universities are accredited by the British Accreditation Council, which is BSc, as an independent higher education provider. If you have been following, the educational sector, you agree with me that it's not easy to be accredited by the British Accreditation Council, which is BSc. It's very serious. There's a lot of standards that are supposed to be in place. There's a lot of, procedures that are supposed to be in place. And there's a lot of inspection that goes on, and meetings, to make sure that everything is up to a certain standard. Then the British Accreditation Council will accredit that, university. And this is what we have achieved. And listen to what BSc, said there. It says, our accreditation sends a positive and clear message to students and partners that they are studying with a trusted and reliable provider who has met a series of globally recognized quality assurance standards. Have you seen the last part of the sentence there from BSc? British Accreditation Council. It's saying they have met a series of global recognized quality assurance standards. So it's not only, the standards may be under the British Accreditation Council, but global quality assurance standards. That's the only time the BSc is going to accredit an institution if an institution meets a series of global recognized, quality assurance standards. So if you join our school as in the School of Doctoral Studies and start, studying with us, be assured of, studying with a university and the school that is accredited by the British Accreditation Council, and the school has met all the quality assurance standards at global level. The program is divided into different, the structure of the program is divided into different, structures with starting with the taught course and the research based. And at this moment, my good friend and colleague, Dr. Isaac, is going to continue from here and is going to talk about how this program is and how it is structured and what are some of the requirements that you need, as well as some experiences that you can have as a student who is studying with our School of Doctoral Studies. And now let me give the floor to my colleague, Dr. Isaac, please. Dr. Isaac, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nathan, for this information. And I would like to welcome everyone and all the students on my end as well. Nathan, could you please do it in
Oh, you want me to share?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I stopped it.
Okay, no
Sorry
problem.
about that. Let me
While
just...
giving some time to Dr. Musonda, let me congratulate you for these wonderful presentations that you delivered today in this and all these days in this master's conference. And I am here not only to congratulate you, but also to ask you whether I would like to welcome you to this start of something amazing here at Unicaf. So as you know, and as we know, the road to a doctorate can feel overwhelming. But of course, I'm here to say that don't worry, just don't worry, because we've got your back. So at Unicaf, our programs are designed to guide you every step of the way. And of course, as you can see here, it's like building a skyscraper brick by brick. And this mix of research, learning, and mentorship ensures that you are equipped to climb higher than you ever thought possible. And as you can see, you have different stages, and in different stages, we will be there to guide you and to support you. So let's start with some practical aspects, and let's begin with our programs. So I'm here now to ask you, are you ready to change the game in business world? Since most of you or many of you are interested in programs related to business, so our doctoral studies, the School of Doctoral Studies at Unicaf, provide both a PhD, the Doctor of Philosophy, in other words, in business administration, both in English and in French, the business program in English, the marketing management, and the accounting and finance, but at the same time, we offer the professional doctorate, the DBA, the doctorate in business. So our business-focused doctoral programs are all of these programs that prepare you to become the future CEOs or the leaders. And from marketing management to strategic leadership, this is your chance to gain the skills to lead with confidence and make all of these movements that you need in order to make the difference. As you can see here, all of the programs consist of both taught modules and, of course, the dissertation stages. Every doctoral program consists of the first core modules, the taught modules, that cover approximately the first year of your studies, and upon the successful completion of them, you proceed to the doctoral dissertation stages, which are 4, and just after that to the doctoral dissertation examination stage, which is the stage which includes the Viva presentation, this amazing movement in your career. If we proceed, apart from the PhD studies, we have the doctorate in business administration, which is the professional doctoral degree that we offer here at Unicaf, with taught modules as well For example, the research methods, current perspectives in management research, strategic management, and so on, plus the comprehensive examination for the Unicaf University in Malawi, and the 4 dissertation stages, plus the doctoral examination exam, which is the last stage of your studies. But now, do you want to shape the future of our world? Because, of course, apart from business and the leaders that we are going to have as Unicaf graduates, we have also and we offer PhD in IT or in public health or in law and politics. All of them are important pathways. And whether it's driving innovation in technology, improving public health systems, or championing justice and political progress, our programs empower you to be the change you want to see in the community. This isn't just about earning a doctorate. It's about becoming the kind of leader the world needs right now. It is the type of leader that everyone is asking right now. And of course, we know, if we go to the next slide, that education is the core element of every doctoral study. So imagine being the person who redefines how the world learns nowadays. In our system, in our School of Doctoral Studies, we offer the PhD in education, as well as the Doctorate of Education, which is the professional degree in education, with taught modules related to research methods and design, plus, of course, modules related to education. Because in our education programs, you will delve into leadership, management, policy making for education, and this is maybe your opportunity to empower the next generations and leave what we call a legacy of brighter futures of children and, of course, leaders in education as well. All of these programs are attended by a lot of students around the world, and we have a rich repertoire and pool with students' experiences. At Unicaf, we don't just give, if we go to the next slide, just a degree. We give you a family of studies, a family to share your experiences. So we organize from Freshers' Day to monthly research groups, which are awesome and multiple opportunities for all of you to express yourselves, your experiences, your practices, your research progress, and of course, give you the opportunities to collaborate and share your expertise with others, sharing your ideas and build friendships that maybe last for a lifetime, even if virtually. So from Freshers' Day to Surviving the Thesis Day, Surviving the Viva Day, the doctoral research groups, and a great variety of webinars are here at the School of Doctoral Studies online for you to equip you with everything that you need. And now, of course, you are aware of our annual Unicaf University Graduate Conference, which is a conference for our Unicaf University doctoral students, just like the one that you are attending and presenting now as master's students. Our Unicaf University students have this opportunity to present their studies, their progress of studies at our conferences. And of course, Unicaf University is very proud to announce that we have also the Unicaf online journal, which publishes papers from you and your supervisors, as well as the papers from the Unicaf graduate conference that we have. Apart from all of that, since we are next and by the students, we have already attended a lot of meetings with all of you, sharing your concerns, your problems, your difficulties. So based on these difficulties, based on your needs, we are here with flexibility and willingness to provide you with research methods workshops, since we know that the research is the one key element of the doctoral studies. And of course, something which is very, very important is the final publication of the thesis in the Unicaf University online thesis repository, which is a very important step for our university and for you to promote your work as doctoral graduates or holders. But now, if you ask me, how can I apply for a doctoral program at Unicaf University, what I would like to ask you first of all is to prepare your master's degree qualification, because this is the basic requirement that we need. But if you want our secrets. What we call and what we ask from you is your passion and your commitment to get to this journey of the doctoral studies. Getting started is easier than you think if you have a master's degree, of course, and if you want to make the difference. So we are here to help you and to guide you in every step. So first of all, we need an accredited master's degree in a relevant subject area and this official master's degree transcript. Okay, apart from that, we also need and we ask our students to have a recognized proof of English proficiency if, of course, previous studies were not taught in the English language. Otherwise, a qualification, the IELTS score with 6.5, and of course, with a minimum of 6.5 in the writing component, and of course, no individual component lower than 6, because you can appreciate that, of course, we need to have an average a level of writing in English, as the programs are offered in English, and of course we have others in French as well. And the writing is a very important component of that as well, speaking in order to present your studies and to share your studies. Of course, an alternative that we have here is an English placement test with a result with 6.5. Okay, and of course, no score in each individual component should be less than 6 points in this placement test. Of course, now imagine that you have all of these things and now you are preparing your application. Okay, of course, we need to have from you a personal statement, okay, or a statement of purpose. And this is where we need to see your passion, your willingness, this love for research and for our studies. Your current CV, which will indicate the alignment between your education and your teaching or your working employment biography with the program that you are applying for, 2 official letters of recommendations from professional and academic parties, and the research proposal with an abstract of 500 words. But of course, now someone will ask me, how can I write a research proposal? I am a doctoral applicant. I'm not a doctoral student. We know that starting a research proposal can feel a bit daunting, but don't sweat it, okay? Because we are here to help you. We are here to help you, and of course, we know all of these needs. So the research proposals are the heart of your doctoral application, and they're where you share your big ideas, show the world that you want to lead and to reach to. That's why we offer a free short course on research proposal writing, and this course, what does it do? It helps you to refine your ideas, organize your thoughts, and write with confidence. And by the end, you will have a proposal ready that not only meets the requirements, but also showcases your passion and creativity, and let this be your first step toward the academic success. And if you ask me, can you please help me throughout the process of writing this proposal? Yes, because our doctoral the School of Doctoral Studies has a very well-structured program of submitting your research proposal step by step and receiving feedback for each stage of the submission of the research proposal. Our academics are there and here for you to provide you with feedback in order to make your research proposal better, more effective, and to show off your work. After the research proposal submission and upon the successful reviewing and grading of that, we will follow up with a virtual interview with you in order to have an examination of you based on the research proposal that you have submitted. And upon receiving your acceptance, you will start this magical journey of the doctoral studies. So, dear students, I would like to say and to underline that why not have you as doctoral students at the School of Doctoral Studies? A doctoral degree is a degree that helps you become a new self. A doctoral degree is more than an academic achievement, so it's a transformation of yourself. So at Unicaf, we believe this journey changes you in the best possible ways. It is up to you to come with us, it is up to you to trust us, and it is up to us to make you the new leaders of research. So thank you very much for attending this session delivered by Dr. Nathan Musonda and myself. And I think, Nathan, that it's about time we heard some questions from our potential students.
Yes, I think this is time now. We can hear some of the questions that they have, then we can move on and provide the answers to them. Yeah. Let's
Okay.
see.
Would you like to
Thank
start?
you. Thank you both for your presentation. I can see we do have some questions in the Q&A section. I would like to remind everybody, if you have any questions in regards to the doctorate degrees that we offer and on everything that has been presented by Dr. Isaac and Dr. Nathan, please leave your questions in the Q&A section. So I can see we do have some questions on the validity and the accreditation of the programs in specific countries. Dr. Isaac or Dr. Nathan, who would
Yes.
like to proceed with this?
Yes. As I can see in Jamaica and the Caribbean, as I can see, Ellen, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, of course. If I may, Nathan, would you like me to start to respond to
Yes,
this?
yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay,
please.
okay,
Yeah, you
very
can
nice.
go on.
So,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's
Thank you
good.
very much for this question. So Unicaf's doctoral programs are accredited by relevant authorities and meet international academic standards. However, what we need to underline is that the recognition and the validity of these programs in Jamaica or the Caribbean may depend on the specific requirements of local regulatory bodies or employers. So if you would like further clarifications, what I would like to say is I recommend reaching out to the relevant educational authorities in your region or providing more details about your specific goals so we can assist you further. And we are here to provide you with more clarifications if you reach out the School of Doctoral Studies email.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So I can see that this has now been answered. Maybe, okay, so I see that's a very common question that we get, which is about the duration of the doctoral programs. Okay, so Dr. Nathan, if you would like to reply to this.
Yeah. I think quite a number of them, like you have said, Eleni, quite a number of students, they ask this question to clarify the duration of the doctoral programs and on average. And of course, we're talking about, like Dr. Isaac mentioned there, you start with the taught courses there, and then when you meet the CPA of 3 and above, which is a requirement, then you move on to the dissertation stages, 1, 2, 3, and 4, like we saw during the presentation. And this will take you a minimum of 3.5 years, 3.5, to a maximum of 6 years. And of course, if you are working closely, you are determined, the confidence is there, you are working with your supervisor, and you have a smooth, run. Within the shortest period of time, you can finish your doctorate degree and even defend your thesis. And in the end, you get your degree, you're conferred with your degree. So it's a 3.5 minimum to 6 years maximum.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nathan. Maybe since in Dr. Nathan's response to these questions, there were mentions of the supervisors and the Viva Voce examination, which are very crucial aspects for the doctoral degree. Maybe Dr. Isaac, would you like to elaborate a bit on how supervisors are allocated for the doctoral students?
Yes, that's very nice. And that is a very interesting procedure for all of us because we are trying to accommodate your needs and to find the most suitable person for you to guide you in this difficult and challenging journey. This difficult journey will be easy. How? By finding and allocating a very nice supervisor. So we will see the doctoral research topic and the keywords of this research topic, and we try within the pool, a very rich pool that we have here at the School of Doctoral Studies, to find all these academics that are dealing with the same or a similar topic, similar to your own, to the topic of your doctoral research. So what we usually do is to have a continuous monitoring of our supervisors, to see supervisors that can help you, supervisors who have the experience to guide you further, to enrich your repertoire, to help you with your research. And when we see that there is a good match, then we invite the supervisor to see your research proposal, and we ask him or her to be assigned as a supervisor to a doctoral student. And upon that, of course, we have other steps like introducing the doctoral student to the doctoral supervisor, meetings with the supervisors, and so on, so that we can ensure that you will enjoy the doctoral studies to the fullest.
Great. Thank
Maybe
you,
Elaine,
Professor. Thank you very much.
just
Yeah.
to add on what Isaac has said there, of all the years that I've worked with Unicaf University, I've never seen a student that has come on board and say, I've presented a topic and there's no supervisor. We always have the supervisors there because like Isaac mentioned, our supervisors are everywhere. It's a big pool of supervisors, and we have supervisors from Asia, from all the continents, Africa, Europe, so they are there. So whatever topic that you have, don't feel shy. Bring it on board. If that's your dream, then we'll look for a supervisor who's going to take you. And of course, you are going to realize that dream that you have of doing that research with that topic that you have.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Nathan. Thank you very much. Also, something else that was mentioned previously, which is also a crucial aspect of the doctoral journey with us and for every doctoral student is, of course, the viva voce examination, which is the final stage in the doctoral degree. And Dr. Isaac and Dr. Nathan are both very, very experienced in this procedure. Maybe if you could both discuss a bit the procedure and explain to our attendees how the viva voce is conducted. Dr. Isaac, if you want to start off.
Yes. The Viva examination is an examination in which the doctoral student will present the final version of the thesis of the doctoral research to the internal and to an external examiner, who will examine the student, and the student will be asked to respond to specific questions based on, of course, the topic and the questions that the examiners have. However, this is the last stage. The Viva examination is a presentation which is included within the module, which is not actually a module, it is just like a stage or a phase, which is called doctoral dissertation examination. So within this module, the students submit the thesis, the supervisor reviews the entire thesis. We have meetings with the student. We have a pre-viva, which is a mock presentation for our students in order to ensure internally, as academics from the Unicaf University, that the student is ready to proceed to the viva examination. We provide feedback to the student, and upon addressing all the changes requested, and when we see that the student is fully prepared to proceed to a viva, we proceed to the viva examination, which is a typical situation, but of course it is a challenging situation because during this presentation, the student needs to present the study and to be examined. So we all know that examinations are examinations, but it is the last stage. So it is up to the students to have this strong background. Okay, throughout all of these studies, we try to build this background and the knowledge and the skills of the students in order to be ready to present at viva examination from the research or from the skills, from the research and knowledge. We are sure because we try to assign the best supervisors who can guide them. From the skills related to presentation skills, we offer many opportunities to our students to present at conference, to present at research groups, to present at meetings, to present at evaluation meetings. We have a lot of opportunities for them. So they practice the presentation and they are more comfortable and more flexible in their presentations.
Yeah, maybe like Eleni, you said maybe we talk about this with Dr. Isaac. Yeah, like if you heard what my colleague was saying, there is what is called a previver. I just want to continue from where Isaac, you ended there. You know, it's not common in most of the universities to have a previver. I remember very well, like many others who have done their doctorate, the time that you do your defense is at the viva, the final viva vote. And that's something that is not very good because you don't know, you don't have that feel of how the viva is going to be like. So in order to, to make you ready, to prepare you for the final one, like Isaac mentioned there, we have the pre-viva. I've looked at some of the many universities, very few, I should say, that have this, activity of having the pre-viva to prepare you like a mock exam. This is what you are going to, appreciate, and this is what is going to happen during your final one. And of course, the questions are the same. The only difference is that these are different panelists that we bring on board as a school to help you, prepare yourself. They will be asking you questions from the methodology, the topic itself, your conclusion, your recommendations, exactly the way the viva or the final is going to be like. And the only difference is the viva, there is the internal and external examiner, like it was mentioned, and these have taken time, to read the entire, document that you have. But by the time it's reaching that far, the pre-viva would have prepared you so well. And this is one of the, the secrets that we have to prepare you, which is not common in some of the universities. I thought that, it's a very good thing that we do. Yeah.
Great. Thank you both. Now the last couple of questions I can see in the Q&A section, and I remind everybody, if you want to ask something to Dr. Isaac, Dr. Nathan, or me in regards to the doctoral degrees, please feel free to leave your questions. So the last couple of questions are asking about the different disciplines that are covered by the School of Doctoral Studies. Maybe Dr. Nathan, if you want to share your screen again, and let's revisit the PowerPoint presentation. Maybe also go through the admissions requirements again, just to make sure that our attendees have a good idea of what would be required from them to be submitted.
Okay, let me just share.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so maybe we can start from the, let me see, okay. Yeah, maybe we can start from here. If you can see my presentation there, like my colleague mentioned there, we have the current programs that we have at the moment in the School of Doctoral Studies there. We have the PhD Doctor of Philosophy in the Business Administration. Like it was mentioned here, it's English as well as French. Then we have Business Doctor of Philosophy in Business there, and that's in English. Marketing Management, Accounting and Finance. All these are some of the doctorate that we have. And at the moment, we have also the professional doctorate, degree, which is the DBA. This is very good for you who want to do a professional doctorate, in a DBA, and it will help you if you're coming from another profession and you want to do, just like it's common to do MBA general, you can also do this, as it's very good for those professionals. And this is on the business side. Then we also have, let me just go. Am I able to take it down? Or is it not moving down? Okay. What's happening with, okay. Okay. Just give me a minute. I want to go to the education. Current programs also in education, like you heard my colleague also mentioned, we have PhD in education there. And also we have the doctorate of education there also. For those who also want to do, the doctorate of education, this is also a very good program, the EDD, which is also like a DBA, more or less like a professional one that, we mentioned. And also, I think we also have our current programs there, IT, public health, law and politics, PhD in information technology, as well as PhD in public health and PhD in law and politics. So these are some of the current programs that we have at the moment. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nathan.
You're welcome.
Okay, another very, very common question that we get at the School of Doctoral Studies is the difference between the PhDs and the professional doctorates. Dr. Isaac, would you like to take the education part?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
of course. A lot of students are asking about the difference between the PhD in education or the doctorate of education, the EDD. What we need to know is, for example, that the PhD in education emphasizes more research and the generation of new knowledge. It focuses, for example, on advancing theory and contributing to academic literature. And of course, it is ideal for those aiming for careers in academia, research institutions, or theoretical policy work, and so on. On the other hand, the doctorate in education, the doctorate of education, the EDD, the professional, in other words, doctoral degree, focuses on the practical application of this research knowledge in order to solve real-world problems in education, in other sectors, depending on the discipline that you are going to follow. And it aims at preparing the practitioners, the leaders, to implement these changes in the schools, in districts, in higher education, in other educational settings. Both of them require research implementation. Both of them are doctoral degrees. But of course, the main difference and the main differentiation is the way that we're dealing with research and the purpose or the target that we have for this doctoral degree as a holder of this degree.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nathan, would you like to add on anything in regards to the business-oriented pathways?
Yeah, thank you very much, Eleni. And indeed, this is one of the questions that most of the students ask, what's the difference between a PhD and a DBA? Of course, DBA, like we all know, is a doctorate in business administration. And like also explained by my colleague, a PhD is more of a scientific researcher, and it's more or less like 100%, philosophical, where you are researching about a certain topic in different disciplines that you want to research on. It can be maybe a PhD in finance and accounting. It can be a PhD in marketing, a PhD in management. So it's more philosophical and as compared to the doctorate. And you are going to have a lot of philosophies that you are going to bring aboard as you are carrying out your research. But when it comes to the DBA, the DBA program is more or less like designed for experienced professionals, practitioners, maybe such as we can have maybe senior managers, consultants, entrepreneurs, so want to further their practical abilities. So it's not more of a philosophical, but it's more designed for, for those who are in the corporate world as professional level. So that's the biggest difference. And you'll find that most of the people who have done the PhD, most of them, it's easier for them also to do or join the academic world as lecturers at universities. Of course, even the DBA, they can do that. But because of that philosophical and research-based, which is more intense in the PhD, it's one of the degrees that can make it so easier for them. But for the professionals in the corporate world, also, we can also encourage you to do a DBA. Even if maybe you have some experience at management level, leadership level, and business level, but you want to do a doctorate degree, that will be the best to do a DBA.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Nathan. I think most of our questions have been answered. Of course, as it has been mentioned during this session, feel free to contact the School of Doctoral Studies at any given point for any clarifications. We can direct you to the relevant departments, or for academic matters, we can also advise you. Okay, we would be more than happy to see all of you as our own doctoral students. Okay, I would also like to remind everybody that you can visit the Unicaf website for more information on the programs that we offer. Okay, Dr. Isaac, Dr. Nathan, any closing remarks?
No, we are looking forward to meeting our new students and to shape together the future of education and business, public health, IT, and law and politics. Do you agree, Nathan?
Yeah, I do agree, Isaac, and that's very, very important. And I think we have, like we said, we have one of the best, doctorate school, and we want to welcome you. Please come and start with us. We are so open to one another. The smile that you can see on the screen from Eleni, from Isaac, and that's how we are. We are always welcoming you, and we are always open to your suggestions, and we'll support you, give you our 100% support. So please, enroll with us, and we look forward to see you in the future.
Thank you. Thank you both. And Dr. Athanasia Eleni, so I think the floor is yours again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your interactive session. Thank you all for participating and attending our 4th day of the conference. I hope you all find speeches that interested you. Join us again tomorrow for new presentations by the Business School. Thank you, everybody, for attending, and have a good afternoon. Goodbye.